Just on the edge.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Rocket FM live feed of the 2024 Lewes Bonfire Night from the prime position, the best position, the ringside seat, the best place you could have in Lewes, outside the War Memorial, which just so happens to be my co-presenter Helen's flat. I'm Alex Leith, and Helen, did you choose this flat for this very purpose?
I think maybe subconsciously it was a factor. It really is the most amazing view, and it's just a wonderful place to be in the centre of things, but of course to be here at the centre of things on this night above all other is quite extraordinary. So I'm really happy that I can share my good fortune to live here with our viewers. Thank you for joining us.
And we have in front of us assembling the members of Southover Bonfire Society, the first to lay their wreaths at the War Memorial, which really kicks off proceedings in this part of town. You can see the poppies, and we're going to honour those who gave their lives in the 2 world wars and in other wars.
This is the first of 6 acts of remembrance performed by the different societies here this evening.
Southover, of course, were formed or reformed in 2005. Their motto, Advance. A very friendly, lovely society.
So that's the first batch of pink smoke wreathing the war memorial. We'll see plenty more of that tonight. And once again, as is tradition, I shall worry about my smoke alarms.
You've just been listening to the British Imperial Marching Band. Helen, you be DJ. What were they playing?
They were playing... Do you know, I was thinking of the name of it as they were playing it, and now I can't. Nimrod, thank you.
So as traditionally...
You caught me on the back foot there, Alex.
I caught Helen on the back foot there, mostly because I couldn't remember myself and I put her on the spot.
You devil.
So tremendously solemn occasion. We can see in front of us the names of those who fell in the two wars. Of course, it's the 60th anniversary of D-Day this year, and two Lewesians fell after the D-Day landings in Normandy, and their names are among those on the War Memorial. But of course, the South Over Bonfire Society are remembering all those who've fallen.
So we've got the first of our international listeners. Well, actually quite a few already. So we've got... it's just disappeared on me. There was definitely somebody from Norway and somebody from Gibraltar in there.
So one of the wonderful things about this feed is that a lot of people who love Bonfire and can't turn up for one reason or another can watch it at home. And we know that we have listeners near and far, from people in Lewes to people as far as Fiji, New Zealand last year. I'd like to say a special hello to Tom Dollard in Asolo in the Dolomites in Italy, who's listening in tonight. And we're going to keep the people do send in your messages. Do send in if you want your name to be mentioned, and tell us where you're watching from, and we'll do our best to mention you, and tell us why you can't turn up tonight, why you're not here in the flesh, and all sorts of memories of Bonfire that you have. We'll do our best to fit you in. So here we again we have, as I mentioned earlier, this is the newest Bonfire Society, although they were reformed in 2005, south over red and black stripes. They are a Bonfire Society with two pioneer... I'll just shut up for a second while the music goes on.
Off they go.
So we'll see the whole society go in front of us. There are two pioneers, the different sets of costumes, and what we see in front of us is the Buccaneers. I think it's a great idea to dress up as Buccaneers, because when you dress up as a pirate, you can really have an excuse to have fun. Of course, this is a more solemn part of proceedings now, but when you wear a three-cornered hat and have a cutlass in your hand, you can't but have a bit of fun. What do you think, Helen? Have you ever dressed as a pirate?
I remember last year you saying that if you were going to actually be in it, you would want to dress up as a pirate.
Yeah, I think I would.
I completely get that.
There is, in fact, Hastings has a pirate day. I'd love to go to that. I've never been. That just sounds like an excuse for fun. So we have the Buccaneers coming down in front of us. Their torches unlit as yet. Thousands of torches will have been made over many, many weekends. People will have assembled and I made the torches. I tried my hand at this for Southover in the Swan last year, and it's tricky, but you get the hang of it. Some of mine were discarded at the beginning, but I did get the hang of it.
Well done for trying. You may remember this time last year, Southover were at the War Memorial in absolutely biblical weather conditions. The rain was absolutely sheeting down. It was awful. But this evening we've got great bonfire weather. It's dry, it's fairly mild, usually a bit colder this time of year.
I think it's very mild for bonfire night. Think back to past bonfire nights, and I can't count how many I've attended. I usually think it's a gloves and scarf weather, but this is very mild, isn't it?
I'm usually wearing woolly socks at this point.
And the last year there was sheeting rain. I think it's the first time I've actually seen rain being literally horizontal, and it was coming down in biblical proportions. The streets in front of us were like rivers, and very few people were here at this point.
Yes, they really struggled to light their badges around the memorial, but I think they got there in the end. But yes, you're right, Alex. We've got quite a good crowd here for a weekday night, a Tuesday night. They're about 3 deep outside the old Barclays Bank.
And the old Crown Hotel.
Indeed.
And so there's a palpable sense of excitement. The whole thing will build up from here into a crescendo of fire and fun. It really is. We have I think it's the Pentangle Drummers coming past us now. I bumped into them earlier when I was walking past the Southover Tennis Club. They're from Eastbourne, I believe. And they were very jolly. And here they are.
Off they go.
Multicoloured Guernseys of the Hastings Bonfire Society, a guest society who are marching with Southover today. And you can see the torches being lit as the smugglers go down School Hill.
I love that sound.
That's the sound of bonfire. A torch lasts maybe 5 minutes or so, and then it has to be discarded and of course picked up and disposed of in one of these rattling trolleys.
Do we know how many thousands of torches are used every 5th of November?
We don't, but somebody can, I'm sure, inform us. I believe it's several thousand for each society. There's a lot of torch making has to go on all through the autumn, the early autumn, to get ready. It's a real lot of hard work. And Southover assemble in the Swan, in the garden of the Swan, and there's a sense of camaraderie as everyone busies themselves with the building of the torches. Nimble fingers are required. And there's actually a torch hospital where the rather inept efforts are thrown and taken apart and remade. But pretty soon you get the hang of it.
And just to say, we've had an aloha from Hawaii.
Hawaii!
Yep. Sorry, I'm told it was Heathfield in the green, black and white, not Hastings. I think Hastings were on the other side of the road.
Okay, apologies on my behalf.
If you've just joined us, it's 22 minutes past 5 and we're here at Lewes War Memorial with the best seats in the house for the fantastic Lewes Bonfire celebrations. It's me, Helen Browning-Smith, with
Alex Leith from Rosa magazine. And
for the second year running. Thank you so much for coming back.
Sitting in front of the War Memorial, built in 1922 after the Great War. Something that Helen looks down on every day, and it must be something that's embedded into your consciousness almost.
It really is. I mean, I look into the face of victory every day as well. Not in a metaphorical sense. There's a story about the War Memorial which I love, which is Miss Kate Fowler Tutt, who was the indomitable schoolmistress who so objected to Rodin's Kiss being exhibited at the town hall. She didn't like the erotic clinch that they were in. She then later turned her attention to the War Memorial just before it was about to be unveiled. She didn't like the prominence of the nipples on the figures of peace, liberty and victory, so they had to be filed down before the War Memorial could be unveiled.
So you can imagine that taking place and some lackey being told in the morning, "I've got a job for you, son. You've got to file down the nipples." What are the statues made out of?
I think they're bronze, but the memorial itself is Portland stone.
Right. Okay. So it's a tremendous symbol of Lewes, really. There was. When I used to run Viva Lewes magazine, and somebody knocked on our office doors, and it was a flower seller who worked from the high street, and she announced that the model for all three of the are they angels, Helen?
I'd say they're goddesses.
The goddesses were her grandmother, and she was the spit of them. So that was fantastic. A fantastic little story. A local. Woman whose grandmother was the model for these wonderful figures. I remember once a friend of mine, who shall remain nameless, did a petty bit of vandalism, putting some cloth-kit socks on the feet of the of the goddesses one night.
That's so youth of Lewes, isn't it?
It's very youth of Lewes.
We're getting stacks of messages from you. Thank you very much, all of you. People listening from all over the place: New Mexico, New England, Hastings, Barkham, and lots of asks for shout-outs. So shout out to the Norman clan watching from home. That's from Natalie. Helene Washington is in Florida. Nicholas Brooks is in Houston, Texas. This is amazing. I mean, so early in the evening to have so many of you from around the world. Thank you for joining us.
And a special shout out for, not so far, but for Lizzie from Kingston, who's recently celebrated her 7th birthday. And let's make this night a part of the 7th birthday. Happy birthday, Lizzie, from Kingston. I believe that we're going to get Commercial Square coming down next. This is the early stages of the evening. We have plenty going on down in Cliff, where the barrel races are taking place at the moment, which is one of the most exciting events. There's also barrel races from Borough up in the High Street. One of the most exciting sights that you can see as the barrels clatter along the cobbles, with the excited viewers standing on the pavements watching the Bonfire boys and girls racing the barrels down the streets. That's all going on elsewhere at the moment. We're here at the War Memorial, and the crowd is starting to fill out. You can see people walking up Market Street. The excitement is palpable. as the evening wears on. I've got a long way to go yet, of course. We have a special correspondent tonight who joins us from 1873. It's the correspondent from the Telegraph who was sent to report on Bonfire Night in 1873. I'm going to read what he wrote in several excerpts throughout the evening. Here is in the build-up to Bonfire, when he was in the town during the day. Smart business was being done at the fireworks shops, and a peculiar and not insignificant branch of trade at full blast at a quiet-looking tinware shop. This consisted of extensive dealing in goggles for the eyes, oval-shaped screens of finely woven wire covering the optics and tied on behind the ears with string. I inquired the use of the unhandsome things, and was told that if I ventured out after dark and had any respect for my organs of vision, I had best provide myself with a pair. I accepted the hint, and shall forever be grateful to the stranger who furnished me with it. That's from 1873, I hasten to add, when things were a little more raucous.
Fantastic. I mean, we still take health and safety very seriously these days, but yes, goggles not required. Although I got hit in the face by a bit of shrapnel from a rookie last night, actually, and it really stung for a bit.
Oh dear, I'm sorry about that, Helen. I don't think that tinware business is still in doing its trade. But anyway, that comes from, I actually got it from the Police Gazette of 1873, but it was taken from the Telegraph report. I'm not sure about copyright in those days. I'm sure the police wouldn't have just filched it. But yeah, we'll be hearing from our Telegraph correspondent of 1873 down the line. I've got plenty more from him.
Interesting to hear how things have changed, or perhaps not really changed.
Well, actually, as we shall hear, there's remarkable similarities between what was happening then and what's happening now, although of course things have changed quite a lot. There's a lot that hasn't changed, and it's the tradition of Bonfire that makes it so amazing, I think. The fact that you can draw a line from now to 1853, when the societies were first organised, and there are, I think, more similarities in what's going on than differences.
Did they stop the trains in 1873?
They didn't. In fact, if you look, I've been digging around in the newspaper archives, and in the 30s, for example, not only did they not stop the trains, but if you went to a station in anywhere around Sussex or indeed London, there were posters advertising that you could travel on the train to Lewes Bonfire. And so they actively encourage people to come. And in fact, of course, nowadays it's quite the opposite, because Lewes is a small town, the streets are narrow, it's got a population of less than 20,000, and most of those, or a lot of them, want to go and see it themselves. There's not much room for other people, and so the different societies don't encourage, and quite rightly so, don't encourage people to come from afar to see it. It's not a spectacle, it's not a tourist opportunity. It's really mainly for the societies, I would say. It's their occasion, and it's for them, and it's for Lewesians who want to watch it, and their friends.
Well, the societies say that they would do it if nobody was watching at all, because they're doing it for their members. That's who they care about, and it's also worth mentioning at this point that this isn't one event. This is 6 events, all happening concurrently in Lewes on the 5th of November. The level of planning that goes into making sure people don't bump into each other, because they're not just coming to the War Memorial, they're processing all around town, all around their particular areas, through the back streets, and it's really nothing short of a miracle that it appears to run so smoothly.
It does run smoothly. I mean, of course there are hiccups, of course there are traffic jams, but it's an incredible feat of organisation. The logistics are quite amazing, and this comes from scores and scores, hundreds of years, 170 years now, of people organising this, and it's changed, it's morphed, but not very much, and that's how it can happen. It's self-policed. Of course, there are policemen on the street, but it's largely self-policed by the societies. Incredibly well organised. There's an esprit de corps among each society that is keeps people on just doing what they're supposed to do. Everybody's got a job. Everybody's got several jobs. It really is. It makes the mind boggle how much organisation goes into it.
Your messages are coming in so thick and fast, it's tricky to keep up with them, but just a few choice ones. There's a message from your friend Guido in Germany. Hi,
Guido.
Alex. Guido is watching this. Greetings from Germany. Good to hear your voice, mate.
Before that, I just wanted to mention Guido, because Guido is quite a hero in Lewes. He about a year and a half ago, he was wandering around Brighton at a bit of a loose end on his last night in England on a trip, and he had a game of toads in the Hand in Hand in Kemp Town and became absolutely obsessed with toads, and has since then become quite a hero, an exotic hero of the toad in the whole world, and performed as number 39 in the World Championships in St Mary's Hall last month, and congratulations on that feat, Guido. Lovely to hear you, and enjoy the evening.
Guido, I remember your very creepy sort of mummified toad purse that you keep your toads in. Still have nightmares about that. And
he's also an experienced dweil flunker, and if you don't know what dweil flunking is, look it up. Not tonight, another time. Dweil, D-W-Y-L-E, flunking, spelt as it sounds. Guido has really taken on the peculiarities of the Lewes social scene with great gusto, it must be said.
Dweil flunking is a complex matter, and I think we'll just draw a line under it here, don't you, Alex?
Let's do that.
We've also had a message from someone called Micro Mail. Just noticed online that Harvey's Brewery in Lewes do a beer called Bonfire Boy that's brewed specifically for this occasion. I wonder what it's like. Does anyone know? Do we know?
It's a powerful brew. Very nice. I like it. I like one glass of it. I wouldn't call it a session ale.
No.
But I would investigate if you want to find out further. It's not just tonight it's brewed for. It's for the whole season. You can find it down in Harvey's shop, and they have an online presence as well where you can order it. Harvey's shop, of course, down in Cliff.
I have a couple of bottles of Bonfire Boy in the kitchen, Alex, if that's of interest to you.
Okay, so later down the line I will taste it and describe its taste in great detail to our listeners.
We'll do a live tasting.
A live beer
in
tasting.
Fact, I have several Harvey's beers in the kitchen, so I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
There are other delights that we've lined up in the evening, as well as our 1873 guest correspondent. We also have coming around 7:30, I believe, a very special guest, a musician who can claim that they, a musician who has attracted the biggest ever audience at the Pyramid stage in Glastonbury in the whole history of Glastonbury. Should we say a bit more? Should we leave it at that for the time being?
Let's just tickle their fancy at this point.
And we're going to get a song from this performer later on, with a bonfire reference in the song.
How exciting. We've never had special guests before. This could be a new thing. It's just been pointed out to me that Captain Marty Holmes is watching with 710 Squadron 165 RLC in Aylesbury. Good evening, Captain.
Good evening, Captain.
Neil Parks has got man flu, so he couldn't come here. Hope you feel better soon, Neil. I've just been told to tell Neil Pig Army. I hope that makes sense to you, Neil. It doesn't to me. Yes, so many messages. It's really tricky to keep up with them all, but we will keep trying. So do keep sending them, please. Alan in Dartmouth, Devon says goodwill to all participants of Bonfire and for everyone to have an explosive experience. Thank you, Alan. I do know that Alan went into our Tourist Information Centre today specifically to ask how to get that message to me, and the staff gave him my work phone number, so that's really nice of you to make the effort, Alan. Thank you.
While there's this pause in proceedings, I think we'll return to our 1873 guest, the Telegraph correspondent, and continue with their report that went out to the national newspaper 150 years ago. I thought that the show would fall short of the promise, but I hasten to apologise to the good people of Lewes for the injustice I did them. No sooner had it grown dark than a fitful sprinkling of fireworks thickened, and every house and shop, including the public houses in the High Street, being by this time closed and barred and barricaded and plugged with stable straw, a strange population began to swarm in the streets. The road and pavement was alive with men and boys attired in the most fantastic costumes it is possible to imagine. No flimsy tags and coloured rags such as seen in London, but in suits that were quite theatrical. There were boys dressed up as sailors, as soldiers, and as harlequin sprites. There were men in armour, in clowns' dresses, equipped as Roman warriors, and flitting about in the make-up of stage ghosts with long trailing white bandages and full-filled nightcaps with faces painted blue and green and crimson. Some of these wore badges on their nightcaps denoting that they were lieutenants of the Bonfire Boy Army, and bore a tin can in which they very civilly requested you to drop a contribution. Okay, well, that's from our Telegraph correspondent of 1873, and it must be said that there will be a number of people in the processions who will be holding out the equivalent of tin cups, and it must be stressed that all this money goes to charity, and that every Bonfire Society represents at least one and sometimes several charities that they have chosen for the occasion. And please, if you are later to come into the crowd, please give generously to the Bonfire boys and girls who are collecting.
Yes, I ran into Debbie Matthews earlier of Rocket FM, and she is actually captain of boxes for South Street. So she will be shaking her box at the crowd as she walks down the High Street later.
And we'll be able to tell you later which charities South Street are representing. It's interesting, the term captain of boxes.
There are lots of captains, aren't there, in the societies? There's captains of aerials.
It's quite interesting the fact that that term is used, because there is a military precision about the Bonfire Societies, and there needs to be, because it's there are so many different moving parts to every society's event, from the pyrotechnics to the tableau to the making of costumes to the music. It really does need an incredible amount of organisation, and each element of the society is run by the captain, and in that case with Debbie, captain of boxes.
And of course they're all overseen by the commanders-in-chief, who we learnt the other day. Alex and I had a very interesting meeting with Keith Norman of the Bonfire Council the other night, and he told us...
Nickname Bonko.
Bonko, yeah, love that name. He told us all sorts of fascinating things that we'll share with you as they become relevant during the evening. But he was talking about the commanders-in-chief, and they communicate with each other between societies with runners, which just seems to me to be so delightfully old-fashioned, but also practical, not relying on technology. I think they have earpieces as well, but they have a couple of people with them who know exactly how to bob and weave through these thick crowds to get messages between societies.
That sounds like something from the First World War in the trenches, doesn't it? My great uncle was a runner, and paid the price for it. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. Imagine ducking and weaving between the crowds as they thicken. And as we can see, the crowd is indeed thickening as people wait for the event to build up steam.
We've now got people standing on the windowsills of the old bank there. Always a telltale sign that things are getting busy.
And you can see a lot of boarding up has gone on. It's quite interesting. Some shops, we've just been walking around the high street, Helen and I, before, to suss out the atmosphere, to soak up the atmosphere, and notice that most shops have boarded up, some haven't. Some have done a kind of perfunctory couple of planks of wood, and some have gone full hog, haven't they? The whole hog with great big boards covering the whole of the window. And it's interesting to hear that is exactly what happened in 1873. There's been work for boarders uppers in Lewes in this period of time for over a century.
Yeah, good trade to be in November.
So who are we expecting next, Helen?
Well, I think it's going to be Commercial Square next. You can never be 100% sure because things are liable to change at the last minute. But I can see a few gold and black hooped Guernseys, which are usually a sign that Commercial Square are nearby.
The waspish look of the Commercial Square Guernsey.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they? One of the biggest societies, so we can expect many, many people to be passing before us, including their amazing first pioneers, the Native Americans.
Yeah, let's talk about them later when they're going past, because
Okay.
they're very interesting. There's an old story about how Commercial Square came about having the Native Americans as one of their pioneers. It might be worth explaining what a pioneer is as well at this point, because it's a term that's used in Bonfire. What do you understand by a pioneer in Bonfire?
The pioneers, I understand, are the group that lead the procession, lead the society's procession. But I'm sure there's more to it than that.
There's each society has a first pioneer and a second pioneer, and sometimes a third, and I think even sometimes a fourth pioneer. And these are different groups who dress in a different sort of costume for the occasion. And so we've just seen Southover, who have two pioneers. We talked about the Buccaneers, who are their second pioneers. Their first pioneers are monks. And so every society has these different kind of costume themes, and of course these aren't costumes that are just knocked up overnight as if they were going to some sort of fancy dress party. No, indeed not. These are costumes that are made they're used year on year, but an incredible amount of effort has gone into every detail of these costumes. Indeed, they're still theatrical as they were in 1873.
And of course the societies, they haven't always had the same costumes. Their pioneers have changed through the years as well, and I think we'll be talking a bit more about that later too. But I was just going to say I really love the monks of Southover. They're one of my favourite first pioneers, and they're so rooted in the area from which Southover hail, which is very close to the old Cluniac Priory of St Pancras, which is now in ruins. So it's great to see them.
Yeah, I mean, all that's left of the Cluniac Priory is the toilets, ruins of the toilets, indeed.
But so much of the masonry is, you can see in other buildings in Lewes. You know, when it was all smashed up in the Reformation, well, blown up actually, the material was utilised in the building of other buildings, and it's quite a fun game to play, walking around the south side of Lewes and spotting bits of priory.
And so, yes, the first pioneers of the south side, as we mentioned, are the Cluniac monks. And I think we can see below us at the moment, you can see the first pioneers of Commercial Square, Native Americans. Now, the story goes that back in the 1890s, when this pioneer costume was first introduced, there were some Louisians who went to America and were struck by the plight of the indigenous population, and therefore came back and started up this pioneer costume in order to raise awareness about such plight. And the costume has been worn ever since. You can see some Native American costumes in front of us. A gentleman with a cross there with feathers down the back. Is it a gentleman, Helen? I can't see.
I think it's a gentleman. I haven't got my glasses on at the moment, I have to admit. We've just had a message from Ella. She says, "Hello, watching online tonight with my uncle, drinking a glass of gin. Lovely, enjoying a cosy night in. My mum, dad and older brother are marching tonight, representing Skulldrummery. Dad will be carrying the mighty Skulldrummery banner, whilst my older brother and mum will be marching. Have to look out for that.
We'll look out for them.
I would come to the celebrations, but I hate the loud explosions. It triggers my anxiety and sensory overloads." I don't think Ella's alone in that. I think this can be quite a difficult experience for lots of people.
Well, that's one reason we're here. There are many reasons why people can't come to Bonfire in the flesh. And it's great to be able to provide a feed for everybody who can't make it.
I'd also like to say a hello to everyone at Richard's Butchers at the top of the town. I popped in there to buy the magnificent sausages that are now adorning my kitchen table. And Pete said that they would probably have us on in the shop as usual. So hi everybody, keep up the good work, and I hope you're selling lots of lovely pies.
Yeah, I can very much recommend the pasties. You can't say Cornish pasties because they're not made actually in Cornwall, but the pasties of that ilk made up at Richard's. Proper peppery they are. They're fantastic pasty to be had up there. And
the sausage rolls are the best in town, in my opinion.
It sounds like Pete's paid us some money, but we assure you that this isn't an advert.
No, I've paid for my sausages.
While we're on the subject, it must be said that there's also... Oh, hold on, we've got a message coming through.
Oh, it's from Becky Matthews. She says, can we say a huge happy 30th birthday to Jordan Dudley from all of us here? Of course, happy birthday, Jordan. And yeah, we hope you have a great 30th birthday.
I'm going to try an experiment and see if I wave at one of these Native American Indians, whether they'll wave back. See if we get a wave back. No. No, not yet.
They're kind of having their serious moment, aren't they, just before the act of remembrance begins.
I guess so, sorry, that was
There'll be a bit more.
Of me. Last year we were absolutely charmed by people waving at us as they went past and saying hello to Rocket Radio, so do so if you're later walking past, do wave up at the window in front of the War Memorial. So, Helen, have you ever marched?
No, I haven't. I started doing this about 10 years after I moved to Lewes, I think. So I suppose I could have got my act together and joined a society in that time. But ever since I got involved in Rocket and had the great pleasure and privilege of doing this every bonfire night, I kind of enjoy this role. And I like being impartial as well. I think in many ways, the societies are fantastic communities, and the rivalry between them must be quite enjoyable on one level. But I'm happy being in the middle and just chatting about it.
Okay, well, I've never. I must have been to 30 or 40 bonfires, always as a spectator or a commentator in this case, and last year, never as a marcher. Not quite sure why that is. I've always thoroughly enjoyed it, and I do appreciate what's going on. I've learnt a lot about bonfire over the years, and I appreciate that bonfire is something that makes Lewes into a very special place, because the 6, in fact 7 societies, because we must mention Neville, who marched 2 weeks before the rest. They're all groups of interwoven groups of people from all sorts of walks of life, who get together, who trust each other, who work together closely, and I think it knits the community together in Lewes in a way that other communities aren't knit together. It's very, very interesting that a lawyer might be marching next to a butcher, next to a bricklayer, next to somebody who is unemployed, and they are all of equal status, and they all have equal status within the society, and they all trust one another. And this really helps knit the community together. That is something that I find very special about Lewes.
Yeah, they all have each other's back. I think you're absolutely right with that, Alex, and that's a really strengthening factor, which creates these great communities.
One of the reasons that I live here, even though I'm not part of the society, is that I love that community aspect of Lewes. I think that other towns don't have it.
It's, as far as I know, although we might find out different later, but as far as I know, it is a mystery as to why the bonfire tradition persisted so strongly in Sussex and in Lewes in particular. Perhaps we could talk a bit more about that later.
I must say that with all the smell of burning in the air, there's a pervasive smell of skunk wafting. So could you please put that out, whoever it is.
Well detected, Alex.
It's hard not to.
You clearly have a nose for this. All I could smell was the cordite from the crosses. Stop that pillfold. They're watching us at the police station, don't you know?
Another version of
Nimrod.
Central Square Bonfire Society, founded in 1855.
And I see the wreath has just been laid by Colin, who is a very familiar face as he's our local every delivery driver. And up they go to the sound of reveille. More smoke obscuring victory.
Silence immaculately kept, followed by the national anthem. Thomas Tuchel, if you're watching, I hope you were singing along.
That was a nice touch with the firework just appearing over the market tower as well at the end of the minute's silence.
I love the reflection of the torch light in the windows of the shops. It's amazing how we've got hundreds in front of us now, and everybody kept that silence, that minute of silence, immaculately, in respect of those who fell in the Great Wars and other wars. Such an important part of Bonfire.
And one which people do take very seriously. There's a real crowd of people down Market Street now, stretching all the way back to the market tower. Every single one of them silent, straight-faced and still, during that minute.
And now the hubbub after the silence as everybody prepares to move on. And it's another kind of hiatus in proceedings. And possibly time for Helen to read out a few more.
We would.
Tributes.
Well, Roger was just telling me that a few people online are asking about the history of the Native American costumes. I think we did just cover that just before that, didn't we?
We touched on that, yes. I'll repeat it. It's worth repeating. It's kind of interesting in this day and age where people are very aware of cultural appropriation. And I think that, according to legend, this came from the idea that a number of Lewesians who were in America in the Victorian period were very aware of the terrible things that are happening to the indigenous population and wanted to mark that by representing them in the Bonfire proceedings. So that's how they began many, many decades ago.
Being drowned out by the Lewes, Blind and Beddingham Brass Band.
The LGB.
Yes, don't get that wrong.
So yes, Lewes, Blind and Beddingham. It has been wondered if there's a village with T in it, starting with T, that might get involved.
Telscombe? Telscombe?
Tarring Neville, perhaps.
Tarring Neville, yeah. Yes, the band always play at Commercial Square's summer fundraiser, the Proms in the Paddock, which is a fantastic evening, and if you're local and haven't been, you really should.
It's worth saying that the second pioneer of Commercial Square is American Civil War. Glad to say that they're all unionists.
Now, I have a second job working at the Lewes Arms, a local pub. Commercial Square have a new HQ this year, which is the Brewers Arms. Now, we heard at the Lewes Arms last night, Badge Night, which is always quite a raucous evening in Lewes, that there was a power cut at the Brewers Arms. So we braced ourselves, and within 5 or 10 minutes we were descended upon by what felt like the whole of Commercial Square. And they were outside and inside, in fact, carousing and making a lot of noise and bangs and drinking a lot of beer until quite late into the evening. And it was a extremely enjoyable but also absolutely exhausting evening. And funnily enough, I'm recognising quite a few faces in this crowd who I served pints of beer to last night.
As you said, that Darth Vader walked past, it's worth noting, and there's some nuns going past.
Yeah, he wasn't
right
in the
now.
pub as far as I know.
So it's worth perhaps explaining, Helen, what Badge Night is to those who might not know.
So Badge Night is the night when all the societies go to their headquarters, which are various pubs dotted around Lewes, and they renew their membership and they pick up a badge, and then they spend the evening with their comrades celebrating and looking forward to the next day. And it's, as I said, it's a very noisy evening. I mean, people will know that there little rookies that make lots of noises when people sort of throw them to the ground. There's an awful lot of that going on badge night, and we saw today, Alex and I walked past the Royal Oak, which is Waterloo's HQ, and also the Lewes Arms, where Commercial Square pitched up last night, and the floor, the road is a sort of sea of red paper from all the rookies that were
from the Chinese crackers.
Chinese crackers.
Carpets of
Bonfire
rookies.
terminology, it's so easy to get it wrong. Don't mix up your tableau with your effigies or your badges with your set pieces.
People are waving. And we're getting waved at by the smugglers down below. Must be said that most of the members of the societies who march don't march in the costumes of the pioneers, but in the smugglers' costumes, wearing jerseys or guernseys in the colours of the society. In this case, we have the waspish gold and black of Commercial Square. Each society has a different set of colours and proudly marches in them, sometimes with a beanie hat as well. You can see that Commercial Square's beanie hats are red, or are they orange? I'm colourblind.
I think they're red.
They're red, okay.
Yeah. I think it's interesting also how putting on a costume can change the persona of a person. And, you know, I know Alex also recognises many, many faces in this crowd. And you sort of see a different side to people on Bonfire Night. It's very surprising. Somebody who you know, have a professional relationship with as a graphic designer suddenly is a swashbuckling buccaneer kind of sauntering down the high street, looking rakish.
Ego, isn't it?
It's fabulous.
Oh, here are the buccaneers, as we several buccaneer type figures. And is that a real policeman or no? It's a fancy dress policeman. Sorry, not
hard to tell.
Not. That's the wrong term.
Oh, you can't say fancy dress.
You can't say fancy dress, and no. I do apologise.
Costumed.
It was a costumed policeman. So Commercial Square, as you can see, is one of the largest societies. I haven't got the exact numbers, but it's into the 1,000, over 1,000, maybe two. The societies each loosely represent an area of the town. Commercial Square represents St John's, Wallens and Lamport, but of course that's not strictly adhered to. Traditionally, their HQ, each society has a pub as an HQ. Traditionally, it's been the Elephant and Castle, but for one reason or another, which we won't go into here, they have, as Helen mentioned, moved to the Brewers this year, quite away from their homeland. We have some Tudors, which can only mean one thing.
Right, I believe I see borough jerseys here, the blue and white stripes. So really hot on the heels of Commercial Square, no hanging around. Yes, Kim Trieg has quite rightly pointed out that rookies are not thrown. They are dropped at your own feet or placed. Triegers, sorry, thank you. God, I'm getting this all wrong, aren't I? or they're placed into a boombox. Well, I didn't know about the boombox, Kim, so thank you for clarifying, and it's an important clarification. We don't talk about that.
So this is the Borough Society, Ye Olde Lewes Borough Bonfire Society. In short, Borough Boys, wearing their blue and white Guernseys. Royal blue and white, I might say. It's a lovely blue, isn't it, Helen?
It is, almost cobalt blue.
We're talking about different districts, and Borough, again, loosely represent the western half of Lewes, the top of town. They're one of the two oldest societies, claimed to be the oldest, 1853. Their motto is Death or Glory, which is shared by many groups, including the 17th Lancers, in honour of Wolfe's death at Quebec. They have two different main pioneer groups. We'll talk about that later, actually. It's very interesting. The first being Celtic Warriors, or Celtic Warriors, and the second being Tudors.
Our chairman, Roger, has just whispered into my ear that we should say hello to Mike Goodyear and Philip Amy, both of whom are watching from home tonight.
We can talk here a little bit about fundraising, because it's quite interesting. Of course, the Bonfire Societies do a lot of fundraising throughout the year, and it's often said that the activities for the next year's event start on November the 6th. There's been some interesting fundraising from Borough this year. They organised a wrestling tournament in the town hall. And there's wrestling in the family. There's a very prominent family in the society, the Winters, and Jason Winter, who is the captain of Tableau, took part in a wrestling tournament in the town hall. He comes from wrestling stock. It turns out his father is a dropkick Johnny Winter. And his uncle is Ricky Silver, both professional wrestlers in their time. So there's wrestling in the Winter family, and it was a sellout in the town hall, and contributed greatly towards their funds. So if anyone went to the wrestling, do let us know what it was like. I missed it. It was in April in the town hall. Are you a wrestling fan, Helen?
I can't say I am, no, but I do remember that event, and it was incredibly popular. I think one of my day job responsibilities is to the Tourist Information Centre in Lewes, and I believe we were selling tickets for that wrestling match, and I mean, there were just people in and out buying tickets all day long. It was extraordinary.
Could they have sold it twice over?
I think they probably could, yes. And there was something about the posters that it made me feel like I'd gone back to the 1970s. I don't know whether that was accident or design, but it was a very cool impact of it.
Of course, wrestling, I mean, it takes you back to the days of giant haystacks and
exactly.
Big Daddy, when wrestling was really a big part of the public consciousness. So it's great to see that it was taking place in Lewes. It does actually quite regularly take place in the town hall.
This Tudor gentleman in front of us with the black coat and the ruff, he has a real presence.
Doesn't he? Yeah. He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, but really commanding the area of the War Memorial. It's one of the notable things about this part of the evening as the societies do their act of remembrance. You know, for their 10 or 15 minutes, this is their turf. It's theirs. It belongs to them. For anyone just joining us, it's 6:21 here at Rocket FM. We're at Lewes War Memorial for the fantastic 2024 bonfire celebrations that are going swimmingly so far. We've so far had Southover Bonfire Society and Commercial Square perform their acts of remembrance, and we're now looking forward to the Borough Bonfire Societies.
Swimmingly could describe last year's proceedings, actually, Helen.
That
when there was
phenomenal.
But we can actually say that it's a wonderful night for bonfire. A clear, no hint of rain at all. It's a very mild night. People are out in jackets rather than coats, not a scarf in sight. It's still early in proceedings as we wait for Borough to honour and remember those of this town who gave their lives in the two wars.
So there are really three parts of Bonfire Night. There's this early part of the evening, which is the more sombre part. But then after this, there's a real sense of letting go and letting the hair down as we see the United Grand Procession, which is where 5 of the societies march together. Cliff have their own procession down in their area. They don't join that, but that's when we see the amazing effigies of the enemies of bonfire, and that's kind of the big reveal. I mean, we've been racking our brains trying to think what we're going to see this year, what the societies, or who rather the societies will choose as their enemies, who they wish to burn. So that's all to be seen later. And then the third part of the evening is after that, everybody kind of melts away and goes to the individual fire sites for the firework displays, the addresses by the clergy of each society, and of course an enormous bonfire.
In fact, it's of course 6 enormous bonfires dotted around the periphery of Lewes. Each society has its own fire site and its own fireworks display, which is, it must be said, each one of those is of world-class standard. The fireworks are quite phenomenal. Of course, that's not what it's all about. That's only a part of it. It's not fireworks night, it's bonfire, referred to simply with one word in Lewes: bonfire. We're early on in proceedings. The rest is still to come.
I like to walk up the hill, up above Lewes, up above the cliff, and from there you can see all 6 firework displays and bonfires at the same time. It really is quite an extraordinary sight if you can be bothered to walk up that very steep hill, but I usually find the gumption to do it.
There's got to be good reason for going up that hill on foot.
Yeah, and that's one of the best. It really is spectacular. And of course, up there, we've all been in these crowds with all this noise and colour and kind of press of people all night, and to be up on a hill looking down upon it all, the kind of the tail end of the celebrations is really quite special.
I did it one year, and you can see they don't all happen at once, the pyrotechnic displays, but you can see them sometimes several going on at the same time in different areas of Lewes. That's quite amazing. It's worth doing at least once.
Absolutely. Can really feel the heat from those crosses, can't we?
It's coming through the window.
So shout out to the Precies who are watching in Normandy, and then Rex and Annie just down the road in Brittany. And then
just down the road in Brittany.
Well,
good link there, Helen.
Quite a long road. Okay, fair enough. And Richard is in Post Falls, Idaho. Hi, all of you.
Just over the pond.
Philip Amy's been in touch to say that the angel on the war memorial is facing Messines, is that? Messines Ridge in Belgium. Yeah, that makes sense. And apparently the Archbishop of Borough is directly in front of us. That's Philip French. No, yes, Philip French. There he is. Peter French. Sorry, I'm having a slight glasses issue here in that I need some new ones.
It's worth pointing out the role of the Archbishop in each society. It's a very important role. They basically, at the end of the night, around midnight, the Archbishop delivers a sermon to the society, which is a very interesting thing to witness. But before that, they're subjected to quite an ordeal at the fireside when they give a similar sermon and are basically met with a lot of abuse of one sort or another from the crowd, which they really relish and want to bring on. It is one of the best parts of Bonfire, is at the fireside when the Archbishop and the clergy are raging their invective against one thing or another, and the crowd are reacting with various objects being thrown at the clergy.
I had the great pleasure yesterday of witnessing the archbishops and lord bishops of all the societies playing toads together in the King's Head at lunchtime.
Were they in their gear?
They were. It was quite a sight to behold. They were having a great time.
Which society won?
I don't know.
He didn't stay around for
It didn't really matter.
Okay. Well, no, that sounds like something that should have been photographed. Toads, for the uninitiated, is a game which is very commonly played in Lewes. Lewes is the epicenter of toads, in which brass coin-like discs are thrown into a lead base with a hole in the middle, and it's a game of precision, which is very popular around these parts and spreading to Brighton and beyond.
And we now have the World Toads Championships at Lewes Town Hall annually.
Which used to be a bit like the World Series in that it wasn't really a World Series, it was just people from Lewes. But it's growing, as we know from Guido Muller, who earlier wrote in.
Indeed, and we also have the World Pea Throwing Championships in Lewes, which does actually attract a remarkable number of people from other countries, goodness knows why, throwing frozen peas down an alleyway. The record, just FYI, is 44 metres, which is quite extraordinary.
The peas are frozen.
The peas are frozen, you can't bring your own peas.
It's time to change tone, really, as we prepare for Borough's moment at the War Memorial. Okay, we're slightly early there. But you can hear the throng quietening.
Few last minute photos being taken. Did you catch that bit of call and response from up the high street there, Alex?
I did hear it, but I didn't capture the exact words. We had a very moving wreath-laying ceremony by Borough there. Look at the crowds thronging now. People are pouring into town. We saw the lit up Lest We Forget, honouring those who fell in the Great Wars. If you noticed, one of the wreath layers was Henry VIII. I believe a very Holbeinian Henry VIII. That was Chairman Mick Symes.
Good old Sussex by the Sea.
Now the first rendition of the night, we're going to hear it again and again. It's Good Old Sussex by the Sea.
It wouldn't be Bonfire Night without it.
It is in effect the national hymn of the county of Sussex.
It's really striking how the good weather has brought people out tonight. This crowd, I would say, is comparable to a Saturday night. But of course the last two have been both Saturday nights, but not great weather. So,
yep, it's certainly a good crowd, and it must be said that people are discouraged from coming in from outside Lewes. It's very difficult to get here if you want to just pop over for the evening on public transport or in a car. So anyone who's made it from outside town has made a real effort to get here. But of course, most of the crowd will come from people from Lewes and around. Just a little bit about Sussex by the Sea while we were talking about it. It was written in 1907 by William Ward Higgs, and it became the World War I marching song of the Royal Sussex Regiment. It was adopted by Brighton and Hove Albion fans in the 1960s. The words changed to "We're going up, going to win the cup" for Sussex by the Sea.
we've just had a hello from Bogota, of all places.
Ah.
Very.
Who was that?
I didn't catch the name, but Adrian from Bogota.
Well, you're very welcome.
A very far-flung audience.
I'm glad that you can make it to Lewes tonight.
Yeah, we're really very happy to be joined by you all.
Through the magic medium of Rocket FM.
Yeah, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And then any new content that we upload, you'll be one of the first to see it.
William Ward Higgs, the author of Sussex by the Sea, was a Lancastrian, strangely enough, who lived in Bursted for 5 years. Came to a sad end in 1936, where he appeared to have killed himself and was found in his bath, still wearing his pyjamas. A sad demise for Mr. Ward Higgs. But what a song.
That is a sad tale. Changing the tone slightly, I should just say, as South Hayton Pass, Emma and the kids are at home, but a big shout out to Albie and Arlo. From Chris, right. He gave us a wave, apparently. Right. The Pig Army, okay.
Pig Army! It's the second references to the Pig Army.
I'm being fed lines by Steve Pilfold here, and I haven't got a clue what they mean, but I'm an obedient soul.
Pig Army! Call and response here. I don't know what's happening, but it's got a response.
We've had a happy bonfire night from Steve Guthrie, an expat in Fountain Hills, Arizona. He was last at Bonfire in 2017, and he hopes to come there again one year in the future. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, in Arizona.
So it must be said, in the second most important event going on tonight, Arizona plays a very big part, as it is a swing state in the US elections.
Yes, well done for pointing out that it's the second most important event on the 5th of November.
We're being waved at by Uckfield.
Uckfield!
Hello, Uckfield. I think maybe it's time to go back to our 1873 correspondent from the Telegraph, describing the processions. So here we are, the 1873 Telegraph correspondent. First came a company of men and women dressed in ordinary costume except for their painted faces and the monstrous headdresses of crowns and spangles and feathers, walking 8 abreast. After them, each one bearing in each hand a blazing torch, came a troop of North American Indians in copper-coloured fleshings and hideously daubed faces, with feathers in their hair and rings in their noses and in their ears. Then came the band, an excellent one, playing a no popery tune, and after it a great banner extended sheer across the street, and it was at least 10 feet in height. On it was inscribed "Borough Bonfire Boys" in vast golden letters. But this was not all. After came a tremendous glare of flame and red smoke, and then there was a stream of fellows dressed as demons who hauled along by means of a long rope attached to a wheeled iron platform 4 or 5 tar barrels, roaring and crackling and blazing and dropping a train of liquid mud that hissed in the mud. Bit of a repetition of mud there from our correspondent.
I mean, I've got the internal.
Perhaps I misread my notes. It really does bear resemblance to the sort of thing that's going on now, although of course it was a lot more dangerous in those days. Safety precautions today are much greater than they sound. We're going to continue later with the descriptions of the bonfires in 1873, which beg a belief. It's worth saying now that we're very honoured that bonfire societies have embraced Rocket FM as part of proceedings. I must say that they very much discourage other media outlets from getting involved as part of the process of discouraging people from viewing the thing as some sort of tourist attraction, which it very much is not. This wasn't always the case, just like the trains we were mentioning earlier. In fact, in 1955, Bonfire Night was filmed in colour, in Technicolor, by Disney. Things have changed a lot since then. So Bonfire has not taken place every year since 1853, when the first organised version took place. There are several years, most recently in 2020, when due to COVID there was no Bonfire Night. A sad year that was. In 1960 there was an enormous flood, almost as big as the 2000 flood, which put paid to Bonfire that year. It was actually took place later on. I think it was on New Year's Eve, and snow lay on the ground. It was a snowy day, so you can imagine Bonfire in the snow. That's quite a thing for the imagination. We've got a message from a Neil Parks saying you will see that there is a fire banner with the name Sean being carried in the borough ranks. This is a tribute banner to long-standing Bonfire boy Sean Woodward, who sadly passed away this year.
Nikki Grimes is watching from Spain, and she asked for
Hello,
a
Nikki.
shout out to the Grimes, Hayward and Croxeter families. Hello. And also hello to Pompey John.
Pompey John.
Pompey John, yeah. As in Portsmouth,
As
I
in
think.
Portsmouth, presumably.
Liz Kerr is watching from Andalusia. And a big shout out to Lois, Jack and Georgia in Guernsey. So a truly international audience tonight as Waterloo join us at the War Memorial.
It's worth talking while we're talking about borough society, how they formed, because Bonfire was not always the organised event or events that it is nowadays. In fact, quite the opposite. In the 1820s, it was a riotous occasion in which Bonfire boys would blacken their faces and dress in smugglers' costumes in order to be unidentifiable. And in effect, the world turned upside down as they built bonfires in the town centre and threw fireworks at the and other objects at the windows of the upper classes of Lewes. It was a world turned upside down scenario, rather like a kind of bacchanalia from Roman times. This all came to a head in 1847 when there was a big to-do. We're going to talk about it in more length later actually, but the dragoons were called in, the riot act was called, and things went really crazy. I've got a description of that which we're going to talk about when our guest comes in, who we are still not revealing shall we reveal the guest's name?
No, top secret.
Okay, the guest, let me say, has got a connection with anarchy and anarchism. That's a little hint.
A little hint, yeah. But also very much with Lewes, and Lewes people will probably.
But it's worth saying that the roots of Bonfire are in a kind of anarchic occasion that happened every year. And this all changed in 1853 when the societies were formed, and they were formed to be a self-policing, regimented force that kept order and didn't threaten the health of the town.
And that remains to this day. The societies are very much self-policing, although there is quite a police presence in the town. There were only 2 arrests last year, so largely the societies are very good at keeping order.
And it must be said that the arrest didn't weren't members of the society.
No.
Just as a smell of skunk wafts up, it must be added that it's not the members of the societies who are presumably smoking the substance that
I'm sure it isn't.
trying to not inhale too much of.
But yes, I mean, as well as their own members, they do generally keep good order in the crowd, with the crowds as they pass as well. Stopping people stepping into the road, coming too close, doing anything dangerous.
Exactly. It's remarkable the order that's kept, and I think every member of the society feels that it's important to obey the rules, and to nothing like this could happen if people weren't obeying the rules. So there's a very strict policy of where to march, how fast to march, etc., etc. It is quite incredible.
Yes, although I mean, you mentioned anarchy. Although it looks like anarchy, it may have had its roots in anarchic behaviour. Its appearances can be deceptive, and it really is very well organised and very well controlled and managed.
I just realised I made a historical error when I said that the 1960 called-off event took place in on New Year's Eve. That was actually the 1874 version of Bonfire Night, which was called off due to an outbreak of typhoid in the town, and later took place in December.
Ah, so that was the year after our historical correspondent.
The year after, yeah.
So the first pioneers of the Mongol Empire. Don't know if that's already been mentioned.
I don't think we've said that this is Waterloo Bonfire Society.
Gosh, well, it's Waterloo. Here they are. I spotted Michael Farley earlier, their Lord Bishop, who usually does a really quite moving speech at the memorial after the act of remembrance. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether that happens this year.
We just had a message from Nicky Grimes, mentioned earlier, who asked if I remember the Lewes Rebel Army, talking about anarchic groups, and yes indeed, Nicky, I do, and your part in it. So Waterloo, this is the 60th anniversary since their Reformation. They reformed in 1964, do the math. Their motto is "True to each other," which sounds like a marriage vow. It's a lovely motto. The Guernseys, as you can see, are red and white, and it's traditional to wear a red cap or beanie. Their first pioneers are Mongolian Empire. And their second pioneers are Tudors, and their third pioneers are Romans and Victorians. Interesting mix.
Just want to say hello to Reese and Archie, who are watching. Also to Tim Lang, who's watching from Riyadh. And a hello to Hayden Shepherd.
The wreath layers for Waterloo will be Martin Penfold and Lisa Bates.
delivering 15,000 troops to the beaches, Kobe, Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau and Sword. As they landed on the beaches of Normandy, the forces were met with heavy opposition, resulting in over 4,000 killed and 10,000 wounded. Despite these horrendous casualty numbers, they remained steadfast and heroically pushed forwards to establish a beachhead. Over the following days, thousands more troops would follow, and the push eastwards through France, Belgium, the Netherlands and Germany would see victory in Europe declared in less than a year. In modern society, it is hard to imagine thousands of everyday people signing up to defend their country, willing to lose their life in order to overcome tyranny and preserve peace and democracy. We owe our freedom to a generation whose numbers decline as each year passes. And by standing here tonight, we can display our heartfelt gratitude for all that they achieved. Let us also pay thanks to the thousands of service personnel who have served and are currently serving in our armed forces around the world. Their dedication, professionalism and selflessness has ensured that the horrors of previous world wars are not repeated. They shall grow not old as those that are less grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. For your tomorrow, we gave half a day.
National anthem again.
Land of Hope and Glory.
Sorry, it should be the national
And
anthem.
the crowd are joining in, which is great. That rarely happens.
And a heart-rending, very moving speech by the Archbishop Bishop of Mike Farley.
He really is a great speaker.
23 years in the military service himself, in the Royal Engineers, I believe, and now works as an ambulance driver. That really was a powerful speech.
Showing their appreciation. First shouts of burning coming from the crowd. Alex, you were telling me earlier
So you
that
can see that the
when
guy is being pulled up the hill.
Alex said to me this afternoon that when he's had a few drinks and he sees an effigy of Guy Fawkes being wheeled past, he likes to shout out, "Spare him!"
I've never been into capital punishment myself. I mean, punishment, yeah, but not necessarily capital.
Yeah, but burning him's so much more fun, isn't it? Come on.
Guy Fawkes, in fact, wasn't burnt. It's quite interesting. He was caught in, of course, on the 5th of November, 1605, underneath the House of Lords, looking after a bunch of barrels of gunpowder in a plot to blow up the chamber. He was arrested, and within 2 months he was sentenced to death, and was sentenced to be hung, drawn and quartered, a rather grisly death where you're hung, and while you're still wriggling around on the end of the rope, your belly is slit open and your innards pulled out. Guy Fawkes managed to avoid the second half of this fate, at least while he was alive. It is said by jumping as he was on the rope and thus breaking his neck, and he was still drawn and quartered but wasn't alive when that happened. So he did have a grisly end, but not as grisly as might have been imagined, and he wasn't burned.
Well, who knew?
Probably
He is now.
loads of people.
Well, they do now. And he's definitely burned now. He will be later. Good old Sussex by the Sea again.
Should we count how many times we hear it? That's 2 so far.
I think we'd lose count.
You can hear the shouts of burn him as the cart goes up the street. We actually saw that cart parked in, was it Market Street? It's by the Lamb, by the
Yes.
back of the Lamb.
Yeah.
By no parking sign. I thought that was quite good.
Yes.
There was a ticket on the wagon.
But back to renditions of Sussex by the Sea. I mean, after the firesides, there's still quite a bit of processing that goes on around the individual areas, and you'll hear marching bands playing Sussex by the Sea till coming on for midnight.
Sometimes from 2 different directions.
Yes.
Things are really hotting up though. The atmosphere is really kind of stoking up. We can see a bonfire banner there for Waterloo. You see a couple of very young members, possibly their first bonfire, in a pram.
Starting to feel more celebratory, isn't it? We have 2 more societies due to come to the War Memorial. The next, I believe, will be South Street, followed by Cliff. Then we'll have a little bit of a lull before we get into the swing of the Grand United Procession and get to see who's being blown up this year. Any ideas, Alex?
I actually have got an inkling of one of the tableau, but of course that will remain a secret until we see it. But no, generally no idea. We have to think about when it comes to Enemy of Bonfire. These things take meticulous preparation. People are at it for months building these tableau and effigies. And so you have to think not who would be an enemy of Bonfire now, but who was an enemy of Bonfire 3 months ago or so. So we'll have to do a bit of guesswork as to who will be effigized, if that's such a word,
It is now.
by the various societies. It's often politicians. I would imagine that the Tories get off lightly this year since they were out of power. They've been out of power for 4 months now.
Yeah, I think the last Tory government have done their bit in terms of bonfire tableau, don't you?
American politics might get a look in. Of course, there is another event going on as we speak, which is the US elections being counted up.
That little thing.
That little thing. Might not know the true result for a long time, but we're not talking about that tonight. We have the Raven drummers coming below us now. Looking very sinister in their black garb. Several devils behind them. And looks like we have some suffragettes waving at us. Let's wave at the suffragettes, see if they can wave back. Votes for women!
No, they're not biting.
Looks like a bunch of First World War soldiers and some nurses. A kind of motley collection of different costumes. There's a Frenchman with some onions round his neck and a beret.
Fantastic.
Idiosyncratic costume there. More nuns.
Oh, and here come Neville Juvenile.
Oh, and the
who have their
Neville Juniors.
Neville Dubious, did you say?
No, I didn't say that. I said juniors, but you said more correctly juveniles.
We don't think you're dubious at all, Neville. We love you, and we love your bonfire and firework display just before this event.
A couple of weeks before the night.
Yeah.
It's a harbinger for the events of the 5th.
It is a little teaser. Rod Hull and Emu, bizarrely. Roger Feltham there, who we had a little chat to earlier. Looking like he's thoroughly enjoying himself. So Steve Pilfold's mum Sue is watching, and she says hi to Steve, his brother and his nephew, who are both in Cliff. Hi Sue. More shouts of burn him. I think we can guess what's going to happen.
Okay, we've got a few people who've want their names, so they're looking for the names to be called out, and it's a delight to do so. Hello to Sean and Lily May Coggles. Hi to Michaela at Home Cooking. After new puppy Coco. Don't quite know what that means, but it's very interesting. Steve watching from County Tipperary. A long way away, and cousin Mike Stevenson, a bonfire legend. Hello from Lorraine in Saskatchewan, Canada, and close to my place of birth. How are it? Steve and Andrew in Wylam in Northumberland. There's a great brewery called Wylam in Newcastle. I don't know if it's connected. Really lovely place in the centre of Newcastle. So hello to Steve and Andrew. Thank you for writing in. Anyone else want to be mentioned? But something from my heart, I'd like to say hello to Julia and Geesley in Purley. My mother and my father and mother-in-law. I want to say that Rowena, my wife, is here in the background helping out with all sorts of matters. Please do give us a call or an email or a text or a tweet or however you may be able to call in, and we will, if we can, read out your messages.
Yes, lots and lots of messages, and we love to hear from you, but it's a bit tricky to keep up with sometimes, so bear with us.
Next up we have South Street preparing to make their act of remembrance. South Street in their Guernseys of what might be called chocolate and cream. I'd ask Helen, who has more sense of colour, but she has a mouthful of sausage at the moment and is unable to respond.
Rumbled. I think you're right about the cream. I think they say brown and cream, but chocolate and cream sounds more tasty.
South Street, presided by the wonderful Diddy Barlow, a broadcaster, of course, well known to Radio 4 listeners. Their motto is "Faithful unto death, Fidelis ad mortem," a motto that's shared by the New York Police Department. South Street. Well, here we go. 1418 poppy in front of us is spectacular. I really think that it showed what a ringside seat we have. That was my moment of the evening so far.
I love the bagpipers. I thought that was a really nice touch. I was looking for a bagpiper for an event recently. Very, very difficult to find. South Street had 6 of them.
I reckon from the shouts of Burnham, there's another guy on the way up here.
Poor guy.
We have a Mr. Men tableau. What have they done?
South Street always do a more kind of family-focused tableau, don't they, rather than an enemy of Bonfire. I don't think
Mystery Mr. Man on the top of the television who might represent somebody.
I think that was Mr. Greedy.
That was it?
I don't think he's done anything wrong.
A diatribe against greed, perhaps. There's Patch in front of us. Give us a wave, Patch, who runs the wonderful craft beer shop round
That
the
was
corner.
a lovely hip hip hooray. Thank you, guys.
So South Street, like all the societies, have had a number of fundraising events throughout the year. That one included a dog show and a sports day outside the Snowdrop, in which dogs had to get across what they called Temptation Alley with sausages either side of them, and very few made it to the end, but those who did won prizes. Sadly, I missed that event. Did you see it, Helen?
I didn't, but I do appreciate the, or rather empathise with the distraction by sausages.
They also had a screening of the original version of Brighton Rock, in which I understand a number of the members of the audience were dressed in gangster gear, which is fantastic, and another thing I'd love to have attended. Great. South Street's first pioneer is mid-Georgian.
Getting away from Mary Fellows there.
Getting away from the wonderful Mary Fellows. Fantastic. Where is she? Hello, Mary. Mid-Georgian is their first pioneer, and their second pioneer is English Civil War. Not sure which side. I'd say there's probably more Roundheads than Cavaliers, but I'm not sure. Interestingly, I guess Oliver Cromwell would have banned any such proceedings from going on.
Not to like this one,
Didn't like the party. South Street were formed in 1913 as a juvenile society. They were kind of feeder society at the Cliff, but then they turned into a kind of a proper adult society with kids. There's still a very strong sort of children's element to the society. They're the first to march. Fireside is at the railway land, and their HQ is at the Snowdrop.
They tend to have their bonfire and fireworks display earlier in the evening than the other societies, so that families can go. More waves. We love it. Keep them coming.
If people are watching this, they won't be able to wave at us, Helen.
They might be listening to us in their ears, though.
There you go.
I do believe that some people do that. Sound and vision are brought to you tonight by the marvellous Steve Pilfold and the equally magnificent Roger Stamp, as usual. Sadly, this is actually, well, sadly for us, not for him, this is actually Roger's last year doing this. He's decided to retire so that he can enjoy Bonfire Night with his family in the future. He's been doing this a long time, been very involved with Rocket for years and years and years, well before I was, and he will be sadly missed, but we really very much appreciate what Roger has achieved.
Roger, who's
in
not
this
in the
time.
room at the moment, will have this in his ears. Is he too self-effacing to say a word or two?
I think he's gone shy. Oh no, here he is, Roger.
What do you want me to say?
Roger, I want to talk to you. Just tell us quickly how long you've been doing this, what it's meant to you, and how you feel about retiring.
Rocket is fantastic. It's a community station. It reflects Lewes. It's about Lewes. It's about the people in Lewes. And we've always tried to base it in the community, for the community. So it's been a privilege to be part of it for all these years. I've done my best to try and make the sound as good as we can. We're actually now in stereo tonight. We've gone to stereo, and so we try and bring you the best of the effects and the most fantastic commentary from these two lovely presenters. But it's been great, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And there's a hell of a view from here, which I will miss, I must say. But I'll be very happy to spend some Bonfire with my family.
I think you've earned it, Roger.
Well
You've been
done,
amazing.
Roger. So everybody all over the world, a big 3 cheers for Roger. Hip hip, hooray!
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 Hip, hooray! He's done a magnificent job, and he's still got a lot to do tonight. So don't give up yet, Roger. And so we were talking about Bonfire Boy, the Harvey's Brewery. Strong ale with a superbly smoky flavour. I have a bottle of this in my hand, a silhouette of Guy Fawkes himself on the label with a torch, a dangerous thing to have among barrels of gunpowder while you're in the room.
He appears to be walking down a Lewes Twitten to me.
Perhaps he's walking down a Lewes Twitten. Maybe he got away. Brewed seasonally for the November the 5th celebrations that the Bonfire Boys and Bells of Lewes are renowned for. A dark amber beer with a full malty palate and a slightly burnt, bitter aftertaste. Okay, let's see if that's accurate. Here we go. I'm going to drink it now. I think it's the appropriate response. A lovely drop there and a very accurate description.
Now, sorry to interrupt this gastronomic experience, but this is the point during the evening which we are compelled to say, here they come, the Mighty Cliff.
The Mighty Cliff.
In honour of Rupert, who used to do this a few years back. And mighty they are, one of the biggest societies. And I think it's safe to say they always put in a rather theatrical performance at the War Memorial. Led, of course, by their fearsome Vikings, who terrified the heck out of me, aged about 6 or 7, and nearly put me off Bonfire for life. But luckily, that wasn't quite the case.
Cliff with their black and white Guernseys, like Sideways Newcastle United, representing the areas of Cliff, Lamport and South Malling. Established in 1853 and thus one of the very oldest of the societies. Their motto is Nulli Secundus, second to none. This is, by the way, also the motto of the Coldstream Guards and the British Triumph Owners Motorcycle Club. So there you go.
Top research, Alex.
Their first pioneers are Vikings, their second pioneers are French Revolution. Fireside in Ham Lane, and their HQ is the Dorset pub.
And I just want to mention Dilip, who says hi from Mumbai. Hi, Dilip.
Not Dilly Barlow. presumably.
No, not Dilly Barlow. No, she's just up the high street, not in Mumbai. And also a shout out to Buxted Bonfire, who had their first night here this year. You're very welcome.
So Cliff, of course, don't march in the Grand Union procession with the other societies. They were banned from it in 1950 as they refused to take down their No Popery banners, which they still fly. The No Popery banner, which they still proudly fly or carry today. It's a thing about tradition. It's not about anti-Catholicism, which was proved, I think, in 1981 when Ian Paisley came to Lewes to try to stoke the fires. Ian Paisley, the Protestant Northern Irish leader, unionist leader, he tried to stoke the fires and tried to get things going. In 1982, he was burnt in effigy by Cliff. I think that proves it.
Of course he was. Have you noticed, Alex, that on the east side of the War Memorial, to the right on your screens at home, there's a sort of tray under the feet of peace, and I wonder what part that will play in the evening. It must be there for a reason.
Ah, yeah. I wonder.
Quick dedication. I just want to make a quick dedication to Joe and Donnell, who have produced baby Felix today, a Bonfire baby boy.
Congratulations.
They've moved down to Lewes recently, so congratulations to Joe and Donnell, and all the best to Donnell and Felix, and all the best for the future.
Felix is going to have excellent birthdays going forwards.
And there we have a representation of the War Memorial being rolled down Market Street. The War Memorial, of course, sorry, it's not the War Memorial, the Martyrs Memorial being rolled down Market Street. The Martyrs Memorial, of course, in memory of the 17 Protestant martyrs that were burnt at the stake in Lewes in several different episodes. 7 of them, I think, at one time. I think that memory has been seared into the consciousness of Lewes and passed down generation on generation. And the 17 Protestant martyrs are remembered by every society, and particularly Cliff.
And that happened just metres away from where we are, actually, just slightly up the road outside the town hall, which was then the Star Inn.
It was on the 22nd of June 1557. In fact, it was 10 people burnt, the largest mass execution in Bloody Mary's reign, 6 men and 4 women, and there were 7 others over the preceding years, 1555 to 6. You can read all about it actually in the John Fox's Acts and Monuments, published in 1563. It's worth talking about, giving the names of those burnt just in memory of them. Derek Carver, who was a brewer; Thomas Harland, a carpenter; John Oswald, a farmer; Thomas Reed; Thomas Evington, a turner; Thomas Wood, a clergyman; Thomas Mills; Richard Woodman, an ironmaker; George Stevens; William Maynard; Alexander Hosmond, a servant; Thomasina Wood, another servant; Dennis Burns; Anne Ashton; Mary Groves; Marjorie Morris and her son James Morris. Those are the 17 Protestant martyrs burnt at the stake in the reign of Mary I, for not renouncing their religion. Terrible business, still remembered every year at Bonfire Night.
I believe some work has recently been done at the Martyrs Memorial to cut back some of the overgrowing brambles and weeds and so on, so it's been a little bit spruced up. If you live locally and you haven't been up there, I would urge you to go. It's such a beautiful spot. Bit of a schlep up the hill, but really worth it.
Is it as bad as the Chapel Hill going up to the golf course, do you think?
It actually is Chapel Hill.
It is Chapel Hill.
It is Chapel Hill.
But you can go the other way, up through Kilfale.
Yes.
Up past the Gyra Chapel. No?
Yes, you can.
Okay. In the knight's costume. Is he on the camera? Is he on the camera now? Yeah. You can see holding the wreath in a Crusader uniform is the president of Cliff, Jim Etherington. Now, if anyone knows more about Bonfire than Jim Etherington, please put yourself forward. There is no one, in effect. He's written several books about the subject. He is the authority, and here he is laying the wreath for Cliff in the tray that Helen just mentioned, under the feet of which goddess is it?
I believe that's Peace.
Under the feet, aptly enough, of Peace.
theatrical as ever, and the crowd showing their appreciation.
Lest we forget, and how could we forget with such spectacular and heartfelt memorial services.
Again, Cliff really staking their claim over this patch of which is theirs, for the next 10 minutes or so. They never leave in a hurry, Cliff.
So Helen, which bonfire society would you join if you were to join a bonfire society? There's a question for you.
Well, based on the costumes alone, it would have to be Cliff, because I want to dress up as a French revolutionary, their second pioneer. Based on area, I suppose it would need to be Waterloo or Commercial Square. Both of which have very fine costumes too, of course.
Good answer. Good answer. A few stats to throw at you to fill this moment. There are 7 societies, 6 march on the night. There are 25 to 30 guest societies marching on Bonfire Night from other bonfire societies all over, mostly east, also West Sussex and Kent. 5,000 people march, and there are probably around, on a weekday like this, 30,000 attendees. Lewes has a population of, I believe, around 17,000. It's time to invite our 1873 guest from the Daily Telegraph, the reporter from the Daily Telegraph 1873, who continues with his description of the Bonfire Night celebrations of that year. Then came a mob. Then another flaming heap of tar barrels. And another mob, every one of whom wore a mask or had his or her face blackened, and yelled and shouted and strode heedlessly into the burning droppings of tarred, flung-up squibs, squirting fire, spouting missiles against themselves and against the houses and at the dark upper windows, for the moment lighting up the half-dismayed, half-amused faces stealthily looking out. The Indians, with their nose rings and war paint and tomahawks, the Roman warriors, their clowns, were all bonfire boys, and now they ignited their first bonfire. I had seen bonfires on Tower Hill and elsewhere, but never like that, with daring spirits pitched in the High Street, where the county hall stood. At its worst, the fire in the narrow carriageway was as high as the shutter tops. At its best, the broad tongues of flame leapt as high as the first floor windows, and all the while the crowds swelled from hundreds to thousands, and the air was alive with forked fire. Well, probably not quite as raucous now, but the air is alive with forked fire, and we can see the crowds swelling from their hundreds to thousands as Cliff prepare to move away from the war memorial. We're going to now move into a different stage of proceedings as the processions start up. We're going to have to wait a little bit for that before, as the different societies assemble. We're looking forward to our special guest coming shortly. We're not sure if he's here. Should be here. In fact, I believe he's late. Have we had word of our special guest, Helen?
We have. He and the rest of his party have become separated, so we need to wait for Cliff to go and the cloud to thin a little bit, and then we'll be able to reunite them.
He has brought his guitar.
Yeah, the guitar was dropped off in a drive-by earlier. Just before the roads closed.
The mood has changed now, become a little more raucous. There's more shouting, there's more screaming, there's more drumming. And there are smiles on faces as we get ready for the next stage of proceedings. East Hoadley and Helen below us. Maybe they'll give us a wave. They appear to have a cowboy theme, East Hoadley and Helen, for their pioneers.
Yeah, we don't usually see cowboys, but anything goes.
We have somebody dressed
Another
as
wave.
Guy Fawkes. Is there another wave? We've got some waves, yes. I think that was a plague doctor, actually. And there's somebody dressed like Manolito in that high chaparral with his hat on his back. They're getting loads of waves now from some First World War.
That's my
soldiers
ex-boyfriend's nephew and his partner, who've recently had a baby.
Okay,
Called
congratulations.
Ella. They're in East Hoadley, and there's the lovely Keith Pettit.
Keith Pettit. So Keith Pettit, who has just waved at us, is the architect of the amazing bonfires that they build in East Hoadley, that are structured in the shape of dragons or Viking ships. Immense, immaculately designed structures, which take months to build and minutes to burn down. It must be a strange experience for Keith to see his creations burnt.
I think Keith enjoys the burning as much as the... We love Rocket FM! Wow!
Oh, we've got a banner, We Love Rocket FM. That's fantastic. We love you too, guys! Well, that's made my night. Excellent. And we got it on screen apparently, so that's fantastic. Well done, guys. Well, that's a first. If you caught it, it was a multicoloured sign saying "We Love Rocket FM." Not sure who was carrying it. Perhaps it was from East Hoadley. It was at the back of the East Hoadley lot. Anyway, thank you very much for the sentiment. It makes it all worthwhile. And our guest is in the room. So I'm going to vacate this seat now because our special guest has arrived this evening, and I'm going to leave Helen to interview him and ask him about his experiences and love of Bonfire. Ladies and gentlemen, our very special guest tonight is, well, wait for it.
It's only Mark Chadwick, lead singer of the Levellers.
Hello.
Thank you for coming, Mark.
It's okay.
I know it hasn't been easy for you to get here.
It never is. It never is. Crossing town at this time of the night is beyond the pale. But we did it.
You did.
Well, I did it.
You did it. You've unfortunately become separated from your lovely partner and your son, so
Yes.
we've sent out a search party for them.
Yeah.
Hopefully this crowd will dissipate a bit soon and they can come
Nothing
in.
happens quickly in Bonfire.
No, especially not when Cliff are at the memorial.
Oh, really? Oh, my God. And they're dressed as hussars and nurses now.
Yeah, you missed the fearsome Vikings,
Yeah, they were
the
cool.
terrifying Vikings.
But hussars and nurses. I like the First World War nurses. They look cool.
So the reason you're here is because you are fascinated by Bonfire.
Always have been. Always will be.
So how did you first come to Bonfire? What was your first experience?
Well, I'm from Brighton, and Lewes Bonfire was an intrigue, a mystery, a thing that was unknowable. It's like, why would you go there? And I'm like, what's Lewes? What, the dark side? But then, in those days, they used to lay on trains. From
Yes.
Brighton. They did.
Yes, and there were massive queues.
Massive queues.
And it was a
and
real
everything
pain
else.
in the neck, but we did it.
We did it, right? And I used to get on my motorbike and come out anywhere independently to find out what it was about. So I've been to every society's Bonfire over the years, loved it all, joined 3 or 4 over the years, because I'm that fickle.
Did you ever march?
No.
Did you ever wear a hooped Guernsey?
Nope.
Did you make any torches?
Nope. No. The thing is, right, some things are better appreciated from a distance.
Okay.
Yeah, and admire the skills and what's gone into it and the history of it. And that's been my deal with the whole of Lewes Bonfire. It's like, I'm fascinated by it, as you said, right? I am deeply fascinated by it. I think it's unique. I think it's beautiful. I think it has many connotations that some might find upsetting, some might not. Right, and it adapts and it moves.
I think what I'm interested in is the apparent kind of chaotic, sort of almost anarchic side of Lewes Bonfire. And of course you are famously an anarchist.
Yeah.
So how does this weave into your kind of ideology, the way you live your life?
Because it perfectly suits. Because, like, somehow, right, this is going to sound strange to anyone's listening, somehow Lewes is able to configurate both things. It's been a county town that does mad stuff once a year, right? But it configurates it. It can work it out, right? And it doesn't have a problem with it, right? The only problem I have with it is when they have to get the Met involved. Don't like that.
Okay.
No need for that.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how it's largely self-policing. And
It should
although
always
there
be.
is
It should always be self-policing, and it is.
and we can feel the heat of the crosses going past us now. It's absolutely lovely.
Actually, can.
We were also talking earlier on, before we started, Alex and I had a conversation about just how far this goes back, because we know that a lot of it is about the Gunpowder Plot, it's about the Martyrs.
Yeah, it's older than that.
But we do think it's older than that?
I
yeah?
think it is. Well, it's a fire festival, right? It's a fire festival before winter. And it's an old Britannic festival, you want to call it. I don't care what you want to call it, right? Confusion in history happens, right? But people have burnt stuff, right, for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think they burnt the people? Right? It was a festival. at that point, they brought the Martyrs, right? It was an ongoing festival.
Wow, that's quite a word to append to those events.
Yeah,
Those
but
are
it was.
really grisly
It
events.
wasn't. Yeah, it was terribly grisly events, but it wasn't a surprise to the people. It was something they were used to. It wasn't a special event then. Fires happened. Maybe people putting barrels and stuff was a bit different. I do suspect that it had been going on for so long in the conscious memory of the population of this area and the southeast of England, particularly. Well, that's why it still happens here.
Yeah, so why does it still happen here? Why did the
Because-
bonfire tradition remain so strong in Lewes in particular and Sussex generally?
Because it's the most impenetrable part of the country. It sounds strange. You can only get to
how
Sussex
so?
by the coast. Right? To go even from London to Sussex, it's clay and mud and trees. Right, to get to the Downs, it's hard work. Right? So this place remained pretty much a forgotten place for a long time. It's like, oh, leave them alone. We don't need anything from them. They're fine.
Yeah.
We don't need it. They don't make anything particularly great. So we'll just leave them. There's nothing to rob and steal from them until people from Sussex started to rob and steal. Hence the jumpers when they became smugglers.
Yes, of course,
Right?
and
that's
blackening the faces.
And suddenly they became a conduit. They actually utilised the coast to take all the finances from France and the Netherlands to this country, and that's what happened. And even that went unexplored for quite a long time.
And of course, there is also tradition that exists in Ottery St Mary in Devon. You know, the fire barrels. on the backs.
Yeah.
Also an impenetrable place. So I
Exactly.
kind of like your theory.
It's not a theory; it's a fact.
It's a fact. Okay, Mark. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. So, Mark, you dropped off a guitar here earlier,
I did, yeah.
and
I can't find it though. Have you
it's-
lost it?
No, it's in my bedroom, very safe. And of course, probably most of our listeners will know your song "What a Beautiful Day,"
Yeah,
which starts from the premise of the 5th of November.
it does. Yeah.
So we wondered whether you would be kind enough to play that to us. You might have to compete with a few brass bands, but we can shut the windows for a moment.
No, I'll do it in a bit. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I need to gather my thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know what? All I need to say right now, end of. I love Bonfire.
Yeah,
Full stop. It's amazing.
we all do. It's incredible. There's just absolutely nothing like it. So if you were going to dress up in a bonfire costume, what would you wear?
Buccaneer.
Yeah, same as Alex, you see.
Yeah.
Both buccaneers.
Of course we are.
You're both drawn to being naughty pirates.
Anarchist.
Yeah, okay.
Do you put any music on in between, or do we have to keep talking? Anyway,
But we do have to compete with a lot of noise. Apparently there are 4,000 of you watching us, so hello everybody. Really glad you could join us. Really happy to share this amazing view that we have. Cliff is still here, but they are peeling off soon, and then there'll be a little lull in proceedings before the Grand United Procession, when we'll see who's going to be burnt this year. Who do you think will blow up this year, Mark?
well, do you know what? Pretty much everybody.
We can't blow up everybody.
If they do Keir Starmer, I'll be a bit upset because he probably deserves it, but it's one of those years that everything changes, so it's hard to. Who would you pick, Alex?
Mark Chadwick.
What, to burn me? Burn me? Bit harsh.
Who would I pick? Who's the biggest monster in the world at the moment?
Netanyahu.
I'd pick Putin, I think.
Putin, Netanyahu. I pick Netanyahu.
He needs to gather his thoughts first. Yeah. So there's a bit of competition at the moment.
Hi, it's Alex back here. That was the first for Rocket FM interview live with a anarchist frontman in front of the backdrop of the beautiful madness of Bonfire Night. So where are we, Helen? What's going on?
We are seeing the
taking a
tail
break.
end of Cliff here.
Tail end of Cliff.
It's a very long tail because it's a very big society, but they are heading back down to their area of town now.
So we really are moving into the different sort of stage of proceedings now.
Yeah, this is where everything lightens up.
I must say I was very moved by that, and the fact about memorial services is that they are designed to make you remember, and that indeed really made me remember, and it made me think of all the family members I've been told of who died in the wars or who were injured in the wars who never came back the same from the wars, including grandparents, great uncles, second cousins, etc., etc. My parents lived through the Second World War, and my grandparents lived through the First World War, and I heard a lot of accounts, and it's really important to remember those who gave their lives, and I think these events really bring that to the fore. Of course, we've got November the 11th to come, Remembrance Day itself, which is also remembered on this pretty much this spot, isn't it?
It is,
every year.
yeah. Again, it's a very moving thing to watch from this vantage point we have here. I noticed there is a Chadwick on the war memorial, Mark. Any relation?
Do you know what? I did some research into that with my daughter, and absolutely, definitely was, but it goes back too far.
I'd like to
yeah.
just pass on
From branches of the family.
Different branches of the
birthday
family. It's a
wishes
Lancashire
to,
name.
Willow
Interesting.
and Rachel.
But you're
I don't
not
have
from
any more
Lancashire,
information
right?
about them. Are they,
No, but the name is.
You know, have both of you have a
That
great
far back.
birthday. Also, hello to Anna Pinder, who's watching from New Zealand, and her brother Nicholas in Suffolk. And a hello to Les Davey. I'll repeat that, Les Davey, an old Lewes lad watching from Munster in Germany. Hi Les, enjoy what you see, I'm sure you will. And still the tail wags and how it wags. There seem to be some cowboys again. We're getting some waves again from the same
Yes.
same group.
My ex-boyfriend's nephew and his partner, Rachel and Connor.
Okay. Great to get a wave. Do you think we're going to get that banner back again?
Oh, I
soon?
hope so.
It
That
was around this
made
area,
my
wasn't
night,
it?
that did.
And here we have Firle, Bonfire Society. Firle have a very good bonfire night themselves. I can't remember the date of it.
I think it's happened already.
Has it already happened?
Yeah.
Been to it a couple of times. It's a great one, actually. What a village that is. I've just been passed a message which is designed to be unreadable by somebody with my
There
age
it is.
eyes.
We love
Oh,
Rocket FM.
Oh, we got the sign back. They forgot to wave it at us, though. But they're holding it like it's their banner. Maybe they're holding all Bonfire Night. I've got a message that's designed to be unreadable by a man with my eyes. Please, can you shout out Jill, Max and Lauren, who found this stream by accident 3 years ago and have eagerly looked forward to it religiously ever since. Oh, that sounded sweet. No Lewes connection, I take it. You ought to come in the flesh next year, and if you do get in touch with us.
If you can,
If
get
you
here
can.
in the flesh.
Yeah, if
Because
you
it's
can.
really quite difficult.
So we're at the end with the of Cliff, I believe. I hear, sadly, there's no fire engine this year with Cliff, but it will be resurrected next year, I believe, pending new blood coming in to push it. The firemen, though, are still here, of course. We've got a happy 60th birthday, something that that happened to me earlier this year. Happy 60th birthday to Claire. Claire, it's not that bad. I've had about 4 months of it now, and it's okay. And here we have something from Steve Winnard Brewer, who we mentioned earlier. Please say hi to my parents, Pam and Martin, and my brothers, Darren and Sean, all from Newhaven. My husband and I are watching from Wylam, Northumberland. Yes, it is the one with the brewery. Great. What a brewery it is. We have actually some northeasterners in the room with us. Okay, can I have a thumbs up if you like Wylam Brewery? Yeah, we have one thumbs up, 2 thumbs up. A big shout for Wylam's Brewery. Who would have thought that would have happened? But of course, a big shout out also for Harvey's Brewery in Lewes. There's something of an altercation going on in front of us. The police are sorting it out. Harvey's Brewery. Once in Lewes there were notably, I think it was 7 breweries and 6 churches in a town of less than 10,000 population back in Victorian times. The number dwindled to 1, and that was Harvey's, established in the 1700s. And now I'm really pleased to say, as many of you will know, there are 3 breweries based in Lewes and many other breweries around it. 2 new ones, Abyss and Beak, brew fantastic beer, and both have their own tap rooms in town, which are great to visit. Of course, Harvey's remains close to the heart of all Lewesians.
Absolutely. And I discovered recently, Alex, that this side of my building that we're sitting in, because this was once 2 buildings, this side of it was actually a pub in the 17th century.
Okay.
It was called the White Lion, and that was before the name the White Lion transferred up the road to Westgate, where you can see a replica of the sign.
So yes, the White Lion in Westgate, which was a pub until the slum demolition in the 30s.
Yeah. So this building that we're sitting in now has always been a place of revelry.
Of imbibement and revelry.
Exactly, yes.
Which is strange that the evening is so dry tonight, apart from the bonfire boy that I was proffered earlier.
Yeah. Have you looked
for
around you, Alex?
Purposes.
Have you been in my kitchen? Now I can hear a bit of guitar action going on behind me.
The white helmet there.
Yeah. Well, that's from the...
So we have in front of us a scene of
It's from Lake Victoria
transition, it must be said, as the revellers, the non-bonfire revellers, moved from one part of town to another. Some still behind the ropes waiting for the processions to happen, others meandering through town. It's a period of transition. It's difficult to move from one part of Lewes to another. Obviously, I've been stuck for ages away from the rest of my crowd as processions have gone past in the past. And I'll start whittering on because we have Mark Chadwick about to play, I think it must be said, his most celebrated or most well-known song. What a wonderful song it is. And Helen, could you
Alex,
could
you
you
sound more
introduce it?
disingenuous if you possibly tried. Could you?
It is a fantastic song, and it's
Do you know what? Right? Do you know what the song's about? Right? All things are unimaginable, and the reason why I imagined it because of this event here, right? And the first line dictates that, right? And the rest of it is a flight of fantasy. All things are fantasy, especially in songwriting. And if you get it right, you can nail it, right? But it's essentially how this place exists at a time and space, right now. Don't you agree? Or am I just tripping?
No, you're not tripping.
Well, I might be.
Well, not as far as I
get some
know.
residual tripping.
Not as far as I know.
No. But like literally, it literally opens the doors of perception, the windows between realities, right? And I was just writing a good song, and then, do you want me to sing it?
Yeah.
Sing away.
Go on,
please.
Mark. Hit us
Here we
with
go.
it.
What a beautiful day, I was a king of all time. Nothing is impossible in my all-powerful mind. Here we go now. It was on the 5th of November, the time I went back. Some say that that's impossible, but you and I, we never look back. Yeah, wasn't it incredible? So beautiful and above all, to see the fuse get at this time to light a real bonfire for all time. Well, what a beautiful day, I'm the king of all time. Nothing is impossible in my all-powerful mind. So I was drinking in my nightclub. It felt good to be back. Love the crowd. Flynn said, make mine a double jack. Was then we planned the revolution to make things better for all time. When Guevara said this crazy, but ordered up a bottle of wine. And what a beautiful day, I'm the king of all time. Nothing is impossible in my all-powerful mind. No, that was percussion. What's that? What? I love this place. Oh well. So the news broke after midnight that we pulled the temples down without a sound. So I got a paperback, you got the one with all the sounds. What a beautiful day, I'm the king of all time, yeah. Nothing is impossible. I hope you're recording that outside sound. It's really good. Because nothing is impossible in my all-powerful mind. Yeah, nothing is impossible in my all-powerful mind. Yeah.
Let's hear it from Mark Chadwick. Can you applaud all over
Bonfire
the world,
version,
please?
bonfire version.
From
Available
wherever you're
12 inch
listening
very
from.
soon.
From Hawaii, from New Zealand, from
Only available in
from
one
Newcastle.
island.
Please,
South
applause
New
for
Zealand.
Mark Chadwick. Who sang that song despite a good amount of heckling from outside.
Yeah, you had some real competition there, Mark, that you dealt with very well.
Fair, it's an organism. I'm part of it.
Yes. Well, that was one of the more surreal
in the
experiences.
Rocket FM studio stroke Helen's front
Yeah,
room.
that was one of the more surreal
I
experiences
think
of
that
my
was.
life.
There was things going on either side of us. Kind of lost track of what's going on in front of us with all that
Who knows?
excitement. Song made popular, made famous in the Second World War, referring to Hitler and his henchmen.
I think this is the front of the Grand United Procession because this is South Street.
Ah, okay, so we have South Street. Helen's got a theory that this is the Grand United Procession.
Yeah,
going
my
past.
theories are not always correct. And
We
it
have
is a
been
very
thrown into
confusing
some
evening.
disarray by our resident anarchist. We'll get back to you with exactly what's going on when we've worked it out. Apologies for the breakdown in service. Happy birthday to Ezra.
Yeah, I would say it's an enhancement of service really rather than a breakdown. That was a Rocket FM first.
Quite right.
Shout out to Albie, who's just sent a message in.
Hey, Albie.
Jazz band, all genres of music performed this evening.
Gotta love a tuba.
The warmth of that fire will be appreciated now, won't it? It's got noticeably more chilly.
Crowds now, I guess 4 or 5 deep. You can see that it's difficult to move alongside the back of the pavement. And the crowds making their way behind the procession. The quickest way to get from the top of town to the bottom. Shouts of burn him.
Yeah, this is more a Grand United procession of spectators at the moment, isn't it, rather than Bonfire boys and girls?
Yeah, we're in another hiatus from this position. Quite interesting seeing the crowd though. Going past, quite a young crowd looking at it at the moment. Oh, I can see Zebedee Helm, the famous cartoonist. Zebedee Helm. Zebedee! He's looking around to see where that shout came from. One of Rosa's contributors. Zebedee is a Lewes-based cartoonist who specialises in cartoons about art and has done a book mocking the middle class, which should be read by everyone. It's called a loo book rather than a toilet book.
Love it.
So here we are, the crowd expectant and as in the know seemingly as us as to what's going to happen next.
I just want to talk a little bit about how this place has always been a place of significance and ceremony, in fact, because there was once a church here, St Nicholas's Church,
right,
after which
yeah.
the Twitten round the corner is named. And, you know, as we know, churches were often built on pagan sites. And there's a little audio ways code just on the wall round the corner, which you can click on and listen to a local historian, John Bleach, talk about the Camel's Humps, which is an earthwork on top of Morling Down, which he believes was made to be seen specifically from this spot right in front of us. So it seems it was a place of ancient importance. It was a church. Now it's the war memorial and the focus of remembrance and also the focus of Bonfire Night. And I think that's all rather magical and sends a little chill down my spine, actually.
Every morning.
Yes, every day. Really.
That's very moving. Lewes, of course, a place of many mysteries, all the mounds, and it's a place of with a lot of druidic history. Talk of ley lines. There is an interesting energy about Lewes. I'm not sure if this is just sort of me attributing it to it. Would people have said this 50 years ago? I'm not sure. But Lewes seems to have a lot of passion, a lot of energy, a lot of creativity. It's a town like no other, isn't it, Helen?
It is, and there is a dark side to Lewes, undoubtedly. But we haven't mentioned our motto, our Sussex motto, and also very much the motto of Bonfire Night, which is "We won't be druv," which means we won't be pushed around, we won't be told what to do. And this has been at the forefront of many incidents in Lewes's history. You know, we think about Tom Paine. We think about I think in the 70s, or was it the 60s, the A27 was going to be ploughed through the centre of Lewes, cutting the town in half, and it was people power. It was local people standing up.
It was the Friends of Lewes, in fact. That's how
Friends of Lewes.
That's how
yes.
that group started up. And it's won't be druv. In the Sussex dialect, which virtually doesn't exist anymore. You don't hear it very much, do you?
No.
But you're right. There's been a spirit of rebellion about this place, which I suppose was in the spirit of the 17 martyrs who might not have lived here, but were certainly died here, who wouldn't be driven to change their religion when they were told to.
Exactly. Another iteration of We Won't Be Druv is, of course, the Lewes Arms boycott. I mentioned the Lewes Arms earlier. I'm lucky enough to work there occasionally. But back in 2006, local people rebelled because the brewery at the time, Green King, took our local beer Harvey's off the bar of the Lewes Arms. And so there was a boycott that lasted 133 days. Nobody went there. The place was empty. There was a picket line outside. And all locals wanted was to get Harvey's back on the bar.
Well, it's quite interesting, actually. I covered that as a journalist quite closely. And Green King decided to take Harvey's off. Green King allowed one guest ale. And the guest ale in the Lewes Arms was traditionally Harvey's. Harvey's outsold the Green King equivalent best bitter by something like 10 pints to 1. And so they decided to take Harvey's out in order to make more money for their own bitter. They didn't account for the fact that about 1 in 10 members of the Lewes Arms clientele were journalists, and many of them national level journalists for such newspapers as The Guardian and magazines as Private Eye and so on and so forth. And so this boycott that went on wasn't just a few people standing outside the pub, it was a few people standing out, it was a number of people standing outside the pub with carefully executed banners, which was immediately broadcast to first the local press, then the national press, and then the international press. So pretty soon Green King's name was in the mud, and they had to capitulate, which they did after 133 days, you say?
Yes, they did. And I think at least one member of the management of Green King lost their job over it, sadly. But one of the journalists of which you speak, John May, is still very much a regular at the Lewes Arms, often to be found in the front bar with a pint of Guinness, and he absolutely loves reliving those moments. I think possibly the finest moments of his long and varied career.
John May still hasn't forgiven me for referring to him in the pages of the magazine I used to edit as not the Lewes-based journalist John May, but the Lewes Arms-based journalist John May. He still hasn't got. Well,
right.
He's got over it.
Okay.
He laughed, but I think
we can work on that. We can pour some oil on troubled Guinness.
Good.
Troubled
John,
Guinness.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. We love you, John.
Oh, and the crowd have started singing.
Are they singing What a Beautiful Day?
They've stopped singing.
Oh.
It was a little outbreak of song among the crowd. There's a rope being manually placed in front of the crowd by the stewards. I think probably it's time to there's a shout out. Please can you give a shout out to Ewhurst and Staple Cross Bonfire Society, the best village bonfire. That shout out has been done. Keep them coming in and we'll keep shouting them out. So, working on a little bit of history now. I mentioned before the important year of 1847. And before that, the fact that Lewes Bonfire had been something of an anarchic turning of the tides, whereby the poor people took over the town for one night of the year, threw bangers, made bonfires, and generally threatened members of the upper classes who had upset, annoyed, and probably trodden all over them during the year. 1847 was the flashpoint where Lord Chichester received a statement of fact in the House of Lords. A riot regularly takes place in the High Street of Lewes on the evening and night of the 5th of November, by which the peace of the town is seriously broken, came the report. And it went on to say that mobs go from house to house soliciting money. Fire rockets, fireballs and missiles are thrown at the houses. Tar barrels filled with combustibles and set on fire dragged through the town by parties armed with bludgeons. These are collected into bonfires in front of the houses of those known to want to stop the proceedings. Stones, fire bricks and lighted rockets are thrown through the windows. Rockets specially made 18 inches long and filled with combustibles. They shatter 17 panes of glass. They hasten the death of the ill. This is all in this report to Lord Chichester. It's impossible for carriages to get through town. Dead dogs are burnt on bonfire and used as missiles. In 1838, one particular enemy of Bonfire's house was attacked magistrates didn't come to his aid, he got no recompense. Leaders come from above the lower ranks. Money is offered for faggots, but if not accepted, a bonfire is burnt in front of the person who doesn't accept it. Dwellings of magistrates and constables are mysteriously never attacked by the rioters. Acts of Parliament trying to quell disorder have been made, but only one arrest, the town crier, who still holds his position. All this was sent, and a copy was sent to the Home Secretary. Whitehall responded by calling in a squad of Metropolitan Police, 2 inspectors, 6 sergeants and 72 constables, plus a troop of lancers stationed in Brighton and one stationed at Ashcombe toll booth near Kingston. The special constables were in 4 divisions, one at County Hall, one at St Anne's Church, one at Cliff Bridge, one at Southover. In the first attempt in 1838, a JP was about to be thrown over the railings of Cliff Bridge when he recanted and was set free. This was the origins of the tar barrel. So all this is going on in 1847. In 1846 there was an attack of the house of Sir Hugh Henry Blackman, who ran a business from what is now the Riverside. There was a previous attack on William Button's house, who ran a boarding school at 33 Cliff High Street. All sorts of stuff was going on. I'm going to pause that story and find out what happened in 1847 soon, but we've got some more action going on below us as Waterloo Bonfire Society go past. London fanfare trumpets. And Guy Fawkes is going past. The crowd are shouting to burn him. Guy Fawkes goes past. The crowd are being held back. Burn him, they're shouting. Spare him, I say. And that's Waterloo through. All the Tudors are coming through now. We have a message from Alex Ridley. Please can we have a shout out to the Ridley Hemsley family, who've been doing the bonfire tradition for 131 years this very year. Wow, that's impressive. Shout out.
That is
Indeed.
Extraordinary. Oh, here's Waterloo's tableau.
Waterloo's tableau. Now let's see what's coming on.
It's Postman Pat in his Royal Mail van.
It is indeed. Postman Pat's cat is attacking the head of the post office at that time. Whose
Paula Vennell, I think her name was.
Paula Vennells, that's right.
Yes. The most hated woman in the country for a period this year.
For that period. And
After
she
the
is
appalling,
officially an enemy of bonfire.
Appalling Horizon scandal.
Attacked very imaginatively by Postman Pat's cat. Okay, a message from Gussie O'Connor, who says, please can you shout out my mum Emma O'Connor, who is the curator of the Sussex Archaeology Society and Lewes Castle and has been for 35 years. An amazing mum, historian and something else, but the screen just changed, so I couldn't get the last word, but I'm sure it was amazing. And curator, thank you.
More waves.
More waves.
Lots of waves tonight. I love this.
Some pith-hatted gentlemen.
I thought there was a bit of disapproval within societies about the whole oggy business.
Well,
Or maybe
not in this section of the
No.
Waterloo procession.
I think that was more the crowd than the Bonfire boys and girls.
And we'd like to shout out to Terry Lee.
And still they come. Another relatively sizable society, Waterloo. The Raven Drummers are back. That guy seems to have repurposed the pushchair as a drum stand.
I saw the Raven Drummers go past, and a little girl in front of me said, that's meant to be Halloween, isn't it?
Oh, and here's Buxted Bonfire Society again. This is their first time marching in Lewes on the 5th. Big up to them.
Okay, big up. It must be quite an experience after the smaller affairs they're used to. There's the suffragettes coming through again. I can see the figure of death there with a large scythe waving at the crowd.
Ever present.
The procession is splitting around the War Memorial like peloton round a roundabout in the Tour de France.
Just to say again, if you're enjoying watching our live stream this evening, please do subscribe to the Rocket FM channel on YouTube, and then you'll be the first to see any new content. And there will be more. When? We don't know, but we know there will.
torches. The end of the procession. And a little group of 3 policemen to finish it off. And again, for a moment, the streets are empty. There's a real smell of cordite in the air now. There's 2 military policemen go through the barrier. They seem to be
It's hard to tell who's in,
keeping order.
who's in costume and who's in uniform, isn't it?
I don't believe that there's a military police on the streets, real ones. I think it stops at the Met. But he does seem to be ordering the crowd around. He's got a white stripe around his helmet and a pistol on his side. A real policeman seems to be pushing him off.
Police face-off. And Commercial Square.
Commercial Square come through. The Native Americans
There.
leading the way, the first pioneers. That's why they're called the first pioneers, because they lead the way in the procession. with their
Incredibly
fantastic
detailed beading and feather work.
Dresses. There's been years of work in these costumes. Made, remade, amended, added to. And here we have band. Followed by some little group of American soldiers, it seems. A family of American soldiers. One of whom has run off.
Here's the famous totem pole that Commercial draw through the streets every year and take to their fire site.
Interestingly, the procession seems to be splitting into two different ways. Do you remember that happening before?
Yes, the totem pole always goes down Market Street for some reason. I suppose
These are carefully calibrated.
and I believe the tab does as well, and I
Yes.
guess that's to get it more easily to the fire site.
The Scouts band just about to burst into tune. And here we have the American Civil War. Not in great numbers.
Okay, so we're just doing a bit of adjustment to our cameras. We're trying to get the camera angle up the hill. It's become a little bit dislodged, but we're working on it. Our technical wizards are on the case. Okay, so one of our cameras is down, but as I say, we are working on it.
And there's a fantastic corvid of some sort. Would you say it was a rook or a crow?
Well, I mean, being in Lewes, it's got to be a rook, really, hasn't
I
it?
guess it's a rook.
Yeah. Magnificent beak.
He's got to be careful when he turns around.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to stand too near him. Assuming it's a him for some reason. Could be a she-rook.
It could. A rookess.
Do you think we could ask if it's a rook or a crow? I think the bird is looking up at us. Okay, just to let you know that we're trying to do our best with the camera angle. There have been a few technical problems in the tech department. Oh, we've lost the camera, so we're just on audio now. So it's just... Oh, sorry, we lost one of the cameras, so we're not just on audio. Rather chaotic here in the studio.
It's very noisy round here.
As you can probably hear from the booze, Guy has just gone past again.
What should we do with him, Alex? What should we do with him?
No, I got you. I'm just sort of considering. Well, you know, I still haven't changed my opinion about capital punishment. Imprison him for a long time.
Send him to bed early without any tea.
I think it's more serious than that. And so, as the procession continues, one wonders how the Dimbleby family kept up the same sort of tone of seriousness for hour upon hour in royal occasions. Are you channeling a sort of Dimbleby or more of a Graham Norton approach? What's your approach to this?
What's my approach? I'm not Dimbleby.
Break the fourth wall here. Huh?
I'm not Dimbleby, that's
You're
for
not
sure.
Dimbleby,
no.
okay.
More like Philomena Kunk, I think.
Okay, do you have any broadcasting heroes, Helen?
Broadcasting heroes? I probably do, but again, you've put me on the spot, so I can't think right now.
I once interviewed Kenneth Wolstenholme. Kenneth Wolstenholme was the commentator when England won the 1966 World Cup.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Alex, but we've got another tableau here.
We have another tableau, much
Swimming
more important.
poo. This is an attack at the water companies polluting our seas and rivers.
Did you read what it was written on it? Swimming poo, did you say?
Swimming poo, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
very good.
Telling that both the tableau we've seen so far have been, or the effigies we've seen so far have been attacking sort of political broader issues rather than personalities.
Yes, absolutely. The actions of large bodies rather than people.
And I'm really pleased about that. That is fantastic that that is being addressed, because it's such a disgusting issue that is so important, and particularly in towns like Lewes, where we have the Ouse, which frankly I wouldn't want to swim in anymore.
No, and we have lovely beaches locally as well that are great for swimming. Seaford, Tide Mills, and at New Haven, and I wouldn't want to go in the sea there right now.
And we say right now because there doesn't seem to be much stop to this, so well done to Commercial Square for bringing such an important point out so graphically.
And beautifully executed as well, as all the tabs always are. They're works of art.
It was a wonderful effigy. I hope the viewers got a view of it. There was a real cartoonish element to it, wasn't there? Always rivaled, seldom equalled, is at the back of the banner from Commercial Square. A few familiar faces down there, inevitably. Not a loud bangs. Kind of resonates in here, doesn't it?
Yes.
Here in the studio.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Going. So deafening even at this first story height. Okay, just to let you know that we're trying to sort the frozen feed. I'm sorry about that. It's happening over in the other side of the studio.
Okay, our tech team are on it, just to reassure you.
So our tech team are on it, so you'll have to bear with us and just listen to the noises from outside and us trying to describe what's going on. So that was rather deafening as the commercial square smugglers went past, wasn't it, Helen?
It really was.
My ears are slightly ringing from all that. So this seems to be the tail end, or am I wrong? It's a very big society.
It is, and that was just Robert's Bridge that just came past, but we've got more commercial smugglers pulling the cracker barrels of the spent torches now, so this probably is the end.
So this is the end. It always signals the end. At once society's march through the streets in the grand procession. There's so many jobs in Bonfire, and one of them is for men with fireproof gloves to pick up the flaming torches and to shove them in the barrel.
So the police are bringing up the rear, which must mean that Borough will be next, I believe, because it's always Southover last, and we don't necessarily get to see Southover.
So are we on to the penultimate society marching in the grand procession?
Can we get out our camera, please? Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
So, yep, here come Borough.
Here come Borough, announced by a firecracker crescendo. Two torch bearers form the vanguard. They look fairly far ahead of the rest of the group.
So if memory serves, Southover do peel off at Station Street, so they don't come down our section of the High Street during this part of the evening, although I often see them much later on after we've stopped broadcasting. So I believe Borough will be the last society we see tonight in the Grand United Procession. But we will keep attempting to broadcast as long as there's anything exciting going on out there.
There is exciting stuff going on, as in torches are being put into a barrel in front of us, held aloft by a pith-helmeted soldier. It all looks very dangerous. Those gloves they're wearing must be completely fireproof. And here we have Borough Bonfire Society. There's a painting that's, I believe, in the town hall from 1860 or something, which shows Borough Bonfire Society coming down the high street. And I must say, not much has changed in some ways since then. They've still got the same banners, they've still got the same
Yeah,
crosses.
I was actually standing in front of that painting yesterday trying to work out which buildings were surrounding the group in the centre.
If you get the chance, have a look at it. It's on the back page of Borough Bonfire Society's programme this year. And it really shows that plus ça change. Of course, a lot of things have changed, and it's a lot less, I guess, dangerous to the public than it used to be. But there's the same essence. Bonfire has the same essence as ever. And there's the key, Bonfire's famous key. The Iron Key of Lewes coming up soon. But first we have the burning key, and then comes the Iron Key of Lewes, weighing 12 kilos, which is a quarter of a hundredweight. That's quite a weight. So we're still waiting to see what Borough's enemy of Bonfire will be.
I've just craned my neck around the window and I can't see any sign of the tab coming yet, so we're really hoping we can get the picture back on for you before that happens.
So here we have the borough smugglers dressed in the royal blue and white as they were 150 years ago and more. So organised bonfire started with Borough and the Cliff in 1853 after the riots. They're still wearing the same costumes, still wearing the same Guernseys. It's amazing to think that people who are younger than me today. Oh, here we have it.
Eastbourne Bonfire Society tab. This is Guy Fawkes standing in the Houses of Parliament saying, "I identify as a torch." So that seems to be a commentary on identity politics.
I guess it would be, yeah. I identify as a torch.
And also there's a sign on the back saying "No money, no toilets, EBC," which I expect is a reference to the financial situation in Eastbourne Borough Council at the moment.
It's interesting that Eastbourne should carry a tab in the Lewes bonfire.
Yeah.
Do they normally do?
Well,
You've been to 9 of these.
No, I don't think so. But, you know, they are growing, Eastbourne, I believe. Getting bigger.
So, no, as I was saying, it's interesting to think that people who are younger than us today, people who are in maybe their 30s and 40s and 50s, will live to see the 200th anniversary of organised bonfire.
And there's Steve Pilfold waving at us.
Not far away. And what will it look like in 2053 or what? I dare say it won't have changed that much.
What I'm trying to do is put the camera in that other
Fantastic orange drum band going past us. Drums. Putting so much energy into it. We have the Chilling Live Bonfire boys going past. And colourful, multi-hued Guernseys. Not too many of them, 10, 15. Native American Indian. Super bonfire society. I wonder if they designed those to go off in front of our broadcast, who knows. That was Seaford for you. A little bit of a gap now. Getting awfully noisy on the high street. We reach the end of the Grand Central procession. We have Loco Fogo. Percussion band. Painted faces looking very scary. Uckfield come past, Bonfire and Carnival Society. Motley lot. Some knights, some monks. Tudors. Burgess Hill coming past, Burgess Hill Bonfire Society. Maybe they're giving us a wave. Looking up a little bit. Green and black Guernseys. About 20 in number made it down from Burgess Hill. Little lad carrying unlit torches behind. Another gap between Burgess Hill and whoever's coming next. Looks like some more Borough. Looks like the end of Borough. We haven't got to see the tab, unfortunately, just Eastbourne's tab in this procession. They're saving it for the next time, I guess. as the procession, I believe, reaches its end, unless Southover do come on behind. The crowd are expecting something else. They're standing there, thronged now 7-8 deep. I can't see what the people at the back can see. They won't be able to see anything at all, but they'll certainly be able to smell and hear and feel what's going on. Helen's looking out the window to see if there's anything else coming.
Yeah,
Report,
so
please.
I can see that the crowd are now they've turned. They're looking up the high street. So I think what they're looking at is Southover coming to the top of Station Street and turning west up the high street.
Aha.
So they won't be coming past anytime soon. As I said, they do come past a lot later. But,
Right, that'll be after we've wrapped up.
yeah.
Okay.
And we are still having problems with our camera, so it looks like you lovely people really can't see very much at this point. Yeah?
Okay, we've got the pictures.
Looks
now.
like we've got the
grand
pictures
procession's
back
over.
now,
We've got
yeah.
we've
Bless
got the
them,
pictures
they've
back,
been working so
so
hard, beavering away to get that back on.
there's been
But
a lot of work in the tech department, but I think it's probably just in time for us to wrap proceedings up for this year. What do you think, Helen?
I think it probably is. And I'd just like to say again, even though Roger has disappeared and can't hear me, we wish Roger a very, very happy retirement and lots of fun bonfire nights to come, spent with his wife Sue and his family, who are all absolutely lovely. And I want to share some news with you viewers, because I know a lot of you tune in every year. I've got to move house. So we're trying to find a new venue to do this, and I'm sure we will. And if anybody is listening or watching who has access to a property around the centre of Lewes, around the War Memorial, we would so love to hear from you. But it's a problem that we will overcome. But just to say, next year we'll be bringing you Bonfire from a slightly different angle, and with a new chairman and sound man and producer. So we're ringing the changes for Rocket FM. But if you can help with any of that, please do get in touch.
We're unlikely to get somewhere with quite such a good view of the War Memorial, the most, I guess, beautiful monument in Lewes in my mind, the landmark I'm most fond of. So who knows where we'll be next year. But, want to thank on my part all the tech team for
Yeah, it's not mine to Airbnb. The reason I have to move is because my landlady is selling it, unfortunately. I don't want to move.
The whole of the tech team. I'd like to thank Helen for her wonderful hospitality, for the Bonfire Boy beer and the other glass of beer I drank. I'd like to thank Mark Chadwick for coming in and singing such a beautiful song, and everybody else who's been involved. Thank you most of all to all you. If you're still out there listening, you've been through 4.5 hours of us, and my voice is going, my ears are going. My reason to live lives on, and I feel it's been a real experience, a real joy to do this, and I hope to be back next year wherever we're doing it from. So thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you. I echo those thanks. We really couldn't do this without knowing that you're there listening to it and enjoying it and getting the most out of it. We love doing it. Thank you so much, Alex, for being here again. You're a brilliant co-host, brilliant researcher. You Professor of Bonfire, as far as I'm concerned.
And also, no, that's Jim Hetherington.
Oh, okay. Yes, junior professor. I don't know if such a thing exists.
I'd
Anyway.
like to finish with, have you got just one more thing, is 3 cheers for Roger.
Yes. Hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hooray! Hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hip, hip.
Hooray!
See you next year, guys.
Bye.
Bye.